understand the rules of baseball, but it's 3 strikes and you're out. So when you come to Hippocrates, the first strike we give you, we say you have to give up all animal-based foods. And so you begin crying and gnashing of the teeth, but deep down inside of you, you have common sense, so you say, well, of course that makes sense. Why would I have to eat the flesh of an animal or take milk out of its bosom and all of that? The second strike, we say you have to eat either 100% raw living food or close to 100%. Even the healthiest people listening today all have to be eating a minimum of 75–80% raw food just to have health, vitality, vigor in your life. Well, you ready for strike 3? Get ready. Now you have to combine your food correctly. Now this is really difficult in the world that you and I come from, because I know growing up, I was told a couple of things that were completely incorrect. Number 1, eat as many foods from as many different varieties as possible. Remember that? And it makes you strong. Nobody ever said nutrition. Nobody said that that's complicated for the body. It makes you strong. And the second thing they told you is to have the smorgasbord approach to eating. Now, my wife's country invented the word smorgasbord. You all know what that means, right? They put massive amounts of, this is in a way a healthy smorgasbord you have here. We put a wide variety of food out there and you go and pick it up. But as a child, many of us were encouraged to eat every single thing that was on every single plate that was on that table. Completely wrong. Now, to go back and to make this really simple, food combining is that certain foods can never be eaten with other foods. And on the other end of that, certain foods are quite compatible together. Now, how do we understand this, and where does the whole background come from? Well, our ancestors were nomadic people. We were nomadic people for most of the time we were on this earth. Now, nomadic means moving from place to place. And we didn't do that because we liked to holiday, although they may have. But the reality was they did it to have food. Now, if you took Europe as an example, if you took North America, here we are at the very, very end of September. The autumn began. Where do you think we may be in Europe this time of year? So if you go from the top of Scandinavia, Norway, to the bottom, Portugal, you probably would be somewhere around Denmark now. Because Denmark is pretty good weather this time of the year. By the middle of October, you're going to be somewhere around the northern part of France. And by November, you're going to be down in Spain or Portugal. And you're going to hang out in the bottom part, southern part of Portugal or Spain until about March, where somehow your body is gravitating to turn towards the sun again, where you keep marching and marching and marching until when? Until about July. In July, you would be in northern Norway. If you were here in North America, you would be in July in northern Canada. And you'd be in Miami Beach from about November until about March. And why we did that is to follow the food. The other refreshing part of this conversation is that people did not eat on a time schedule. That was created by marketers centuries ago, where they came up with the concept that you have to eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner. They actually claimed that that was a sign of civility. That breaking bread, by the way, was the time we sat down and we were quite kind and civil people. Well, the truth of the matter is we most likely were much kinder and more civil as we just plucked our food from nature when we were hungry. People only ate when they were hungry. Isn't that odd? They didn't think they would starve if they didn't eat 3 meals a day and snacks in between and God knows what else. People only ate when they were hungry. And an ironic part of this conversation is people only became hungry when they did something, like walk for 30 miles or up a mountain or went long distance or ran. Now, not only would the individual be hungry, but most likely the entire group or the tribe at that point would be hungry. So let's imagine that we're somewhere in the world. Let's look now at Denmark, and let's look at Vermont, because that's about where we would be here in North America. And what do you think we may find the very end of September, beginning of October, growing in Vermont. You think we find the ancestors of some berries? And how about some apples growing on trees? Do you think we'd find the ancestors of spinach or cabbage? Yes. And I think we would. And so what you would do is think about how your people would eat in those days. Would they go and grab the berry, and would they run over and get the cabbage, and would they come over here and get the spinach? They ate one food at a time. Isn't that amazing? You were told about the smorgasbord approach to eating. Eat as many things as you can from as many varieties as possible. And the way your body was built, to eat utterly simple, one food at a time. Now that shouldn't be that surprising to you when you start to consider the very fact that almost every large, muscular, and strong creature on earth sustain on about one food at a time. Go and look at a beautiful horse. Have you ever noticed how geometrically impossible it is for a horse to do what they do? This big, heavy, intense body, beautiful, shiny, skin and hair, and these little skinny legs. And they run so fast, it's amazing. And what do? They eat grass to do that. Gorillas, we spoke about gorillas the other day. Gorillas in nature, they don't eat a lot of the things you would see them eat at a zoo. What they do is they eat the sprout of the plant. They literally pick it up, clean it off, and chew the sprout of the plant. And so your body was built to eat that way. Now don't worry, don't be concerned. I'm not going to tell you to eat one food at a time for the rest of your life. Not to say that's not the way your body was built, but there has been a de-evolution of the human anatomy, and certainly a major de-evolution of the human consciousness. Now you were brought up with eating food like it's going out of style, so you pretty much have thought about food in this three realms. We call it the three S's. You think of food sensually, so when you look at a food, you don't say, boy, that's really nutritious. What do you say? Oh, the fragrance of the food, the color of the food, the presentation of the food. It's a very sensual experience. You think of food socially. Can you imagine having any social activity with food not being present? Imagine saying to somebody, I'm going to pick you up, we're going to go on a date at 8 o'clock. And at 8 o'clock when you get there, they're anticipating you to go to a restaurant and sit and speak to one another. And you shut off the car when they get in and say, I'm going to tell you what I think about you. Well, probably today, the person would run out of the car, call the police, and have you arrested for that. But if you drove one street away and went to a healthy restaurant and put food between you, you could say the most absurd things in the world and nobody's going to run away. You see how food acts in our life? Imagine your family's coming. It's a big holiday. And everyone arrives and you say, we're going to get together at 2 o'clock. Now, they were so astute, they think 2 o'clock get together means we're going to eat. But at 2 o'clock you come out and there's no food on the table, and here's all your friends and relatives, and you announce we're not going to eat together, we're going to tell each other what we feel about one another. Well, that would be the end of that. They'd never come back to your house again. They'd be cursing at you as they walked out the door. Isn't that so? So socialization of food really is a very, very deeply ingrained problem. We also think of food sexually. Yes, sexually. That doesn't mean you want to kiss an apple, although some of you may, but what it means is that when you don't feel loved, when you don't feel fulfilled on that basic level, that what we tend to do, as I remember in the old days when I became very big, is we ate to fill up those little holes of deficiency of love. Do you follow? So we call that comfort food. I don't know what's so comfortable about it, because when you eat enough of it, you become quite uncomfortable. That I can promise you. And so we think of food in, again, sensual, social, and sexual ways. Not what we should. This is the absolute wrong way to think about it. We should put a big R here. We think of food rationally. Now when we do that, it's interesting, because food is chemistry. And let's take away all the fun part of who you think you are and get down to the basics of what you are. You're an electrical chemistry. And this anatomy you have is just a remarkable, gathering of elements. Now we go to the number 2 rule, and this is one of the hardest rules here at Hippocrates, because I know that at one point, decades ago, if you'd said to me, have you ever eaten a raw food? Well, the only thing I would have been able to come up with is every once in a while when I could not find a candy bar or cake or ice cream, just because I needed something sweet, I would eat fruit. Not that I liked fruit. Fruit was never sweet enough. I don't know how many of your homes did what my home did, but my loving parents, wonderful parents, when we ate cantaloupe, we put sugar on it, because cantaloupe wasn't sweet enough. How many of you remember that? I mean, it's like amazing. It's amazing. Can you imagine how addicted our bodies are to sugar? So with that said, we're going to talk about fruit. So you come to Hippocrates and say what I would have said at one point, oh, raw food, that's not that bad. We're going to eat lots of fruit. And then all at once you see our medical team here, and our medical team says to you, no fruit. And it's like a little tiny flower that's withering. Oh, what am I going to do? What's a sprout? I get it. I was right there with you. Believe me, I understand. Now, fruit is not as simple as we perceive it. You have acid fruit, and we're going to just give some examples. We could go elaborately for hours on this one. Acid fruits are things like strawberries and citrus fruit and things like kiwi fruit. Subacid, that's a big, big category. There's so many things in there. We'll just give you some examples. Apples are in there, and papaya is in there, and grapes are in there, and that list just continues on. And here's the one over here that most of you are going to be advised to avoid, the sweet fruits, the ones you like the most. Things like banana, and my big one was dried fruit. Boy, oh boy, when I first became a raw fooder, my teeth would throb. I ate so many pounds of dried fruit a week. And my favorite were those organic, of course, they always had to be organic dried pineapple. How about the Madule dates? Boy, they would knock me out. I'd be high eating Madule dates. You know, I'd eat like a kilo, 2 pounds of this at a time. You know, bad news. Now, you're going to hear as we go through this. Now, we by chance, over 3 decades ago, found out from our icon, Edie Mae Hunsberg, who wrote the book called How I Conquered Cancer Naturally, where she described her stage 4 breast cancer, how she reversed it on lifestyle. And she started to call us and report to us that her tumors were growing, but not her cancer. After a short period of 3 years, we found out that what it was is during date season, she would eat large amounts of date, her tumor would grow, thank God never proliferated into cancer again. When date season was over in Southern California, her tumors went away. Now, this was alarming to us because in those days, we all thought that fruit, natural, healthy, organic, raw, living, was a great thing to eat lots of. Then we did a little study. We took several of our guests aside. We took half of them off all forms of fruit, carrots, carrot juice, beet juice, any high fructose content. The other half we left on. And after about 10 weeks, we clearly determined that that was the end of fruit for people who had cancer. Within a year after that, we expanded it to people with viruses, bacteria, mold, yeast, fungus, and we were the advocates first in the entire world against fruit consumption in the conquest of this disease. I can add now, because I've learned a lot since then, that it's also a way to prematurely age. I write about this in my book, my book that I write for the academic community. One of the volumes, Food is Medicine. And we give you all the standard research on that. And I'm not going to elaborate on this because this is a food combining class, but fruit is something that we have big problems with, because my perplexity on this was I couldn't understand something that grew on a tree that looked so natural. How could it be bad for you? And then I found out the real science, that fruit we have today doesn't resemble the original fruit by the mere fact it has about 30 times on average more sugar than the original fruit. One time I was in Jamaica a long time ago, and one of my Jamaican friends handed me a papaya, and in his wonderful Jamaican accent said, "This is Grandpa papaya." And when I ate it and he wasn't looking, I spit it out because it tasted like grandpa cardboard. And it was years later I realized what I was given is an original type of papaya. But what you have now are hybrid papayas that have been hybrid to have greater and greater amounts of sugar. And that's the first problem. Second B level of this problem is that your pancreas no longer functions. You have this wonderful little organ in your body called the pancreas that has been there from the dawn of time, that literally takes all forms of sugar, generally from food. We didn't eat processed sugar until very recent times, but from food, the little bit of sugar that was in it regulated so it could be fed to the cell as glucose. Because one of the fuels for the human cell is glucose. Now, what happens if I put 30 times more sugar than was supposed to be there? And what happens if the pancreas is so weak it can't do its job anymore? What happens if that occurs is you end up with blood sugar. You don't end up with health and sugar that feeds a cell if you have too much sugar, and if the cell isn't being processed correctly through the pancreas, what you end up with is massive amounts of sugar in the bloodstream. And when that happens, now you have problems. Not only do you have the notable low blood sugar conditions, hypoglycemia, the high blood sugar conditions called diabetes, but you also now have sugar available for cancer cells and viruses and bacteria and molds and yeast and fungus, etc. And finally, we were the outlaws speaking about this, and frankly, in a way we should have been because we didn't have the data and science on it in those days. But now the legitimate scientific community has stood shoulder to shoulder with us. My book called Sweet Disease articulates this deeply for those of you who are really interested in getting over your sugar addiction. Now, many of you are not. Many of you are going to read something else on the internet by somebody who doesn't know what we're talking about, who's going to promote fruit sugar, and you're going to say, well, they think it's a great thing. We're giving you the latest data, and by the way, over 30 years of research on what happens when you take sugars away, including fruit sugar. So bottom line is, that's your first problem. Second problem is no fruit is picked ripe. It's commercially impossible, even with organic fruit, to pick it ripe, package it, and ship it around the world, or even across the province or a state. Because by the time a ripe fruit gets there, and you open it up in the store, you're going to have a big package of rotten fruit. So fruit is picked 1, 2, 3, 4 months early. So all unripened fruit is incredibly highly acid. So if you want to ruin your teeth, if you want to create arthritic conditions and advance osteoporosis, if you want to weaken your cells, that weaken the nerves, and that's why acidity, you feel more pain, and weaken the organ systems, great, then eat unripened fruit. And once again, all fruit, commercial fruit, including organic fruit, is picked unripened intentionally. They cannot possibly pick it. The only exception to this, not to say I'm telling you to eat this, is a banana. The only fruit on the planet Earth that after you pick it from the mother plant, in the skin alone, it has adequate amounts of enzymes to ripen the fruit. You may say to me, well, when I take a fruit like a tomato as an example, which is a fruit, and it's green, and I pick it in October, and I put it in a package, and I pick it up on December 30th, and I eat it, it's red, so it's ripened. Well, the only way I can describe this so it makes sense to you, when we die, we turn blue. It doesn't mean we're ripening. Do you follow that? And so just because it becomes soft and changes color doesn't mean it's ripe. Ripe means that the mother tree, plant, bush, shrub, and her roots that go down to the ground has pulled those nutrients up through those roots, up through the core of the plant into the tree branches or the vines, and now the baby, just like a mother breastfeeding, is now fed. That's a ripe fruit. And if you've ever tasted the difference between a ripe fruit that falls from a tree and that you grab and eat before the bird gets it and the bug gets it, and one that you buy out of the organic market, you know what I'm talking about. So the rule quite simply is, when you are in the conquest of a disease, and I won't repeat that, we've gone through it twice now, no fruit should be consumed, 0 fruit. Now that's not a lifelong curse. Once you get well, and we've noticed over the decades here that people have an ability, doesn't mean you're all going to do it, to make yourself well in a couple of years. So about 24 months. Now, some take a little longer, some take a little less, but 24 months before your feet are solidly on the ground. Do you follow at that point? And around that time, because our medical team keeps guiding you and counseling you for the rest of your life here, that we may then say to you, okay, you can eat 5% of your diet is ripe organic fruit. Now, it doesn't mean that if you live in the northern climates, that means you can get a ripe mango when it's snowing outside, or a ripe pineapple. Impossible. But you may have the ability to get a ripe apple. Do you follow that? Because they seem to pick apples riper than most other fruits. And you may have been the one who let that apple fall to the ground in October or November, picked it up, harvested, and can store it. Because apples hold up pretty well in storage. 6 months, 7 months, 8 months, if it's in a dry and cool enough place. Do you follow that? So these are the rules. When you are well, that means not because you think you feel good. When you are well, that means not because you think you feel good that day, but you've had a long sustained period where a doctor looks at your blood test, looks at everything that you look at when a person's fighting a disease, and says, you're in remission. Don't let them lie and tell you you're cured. There's no such word as cure. But you have put your disease or disorder into remission. And it's happened strong and clear. At that point, you may go up eventually to 15% of your diet. If you wish, you don't have to. I'm not suggesting it. But you can go up to 15% of your diet by weight, not by imagination, as ripe organic fruit. Do you follow? As ripe organic fruit. So if you're eating 10 pounds of food, that's what I used to eat every day. Now I eat that in a week probably. You could eat up to 1.5 pounds, that's 15% of it, 1.5 pounds of ripe organic fruit. Now, probably my diet now is less than 10%, 5 to 10% ripe organic fruit. What about fruit juice when you are the healthy person? Well, if you took a cup, you've got to learn to do this, and believe it or not, you're going to like this soon. You put about 10% fruit, ripe organic fruit juice in, and the rest should be what? Water. And believe it or not, after doing this for about 2, 3, 4 months, you won't like straight fruit juice. Every once in a while, people, to be polite and nice to me when I'm traveling the globe, come in, they've just before they come to the conference, they've made a nice fresh apple juice for me or a carrot juice, and to be polite, I'll drink it. But boy, it feels like I'm being punched in the face. When in the autumn of the year, this is not an exaggeration, I used to buy 4.5 liters, a gallon of apple juice with the intent to have that in my refrigerator for a week. And usually by the time I was getting out of the car, I was recycling the gallon. You know, how many of you can relate to that? You get on that sugar and you can't stop. It's endless. So again, the rules for fruit is when you're in the conquest of a disease, none. 0 fruit, 0 fruit juice. When you are completely healthy, because a doctor and you agree that now you're stable and everything's strong, it may take 2, 3 years to do that, up to 15% of your diet can be, doesn't need to be, ripe organic fruit. And again, just because you go to the store and they say vine ripened or tree ripened, don't trust it. You have to go to the orchard, you have to have it in your backyard, you have to physically know that it's ripe. So everyone get that rule? Give yourself a hand. What a smart group we have listening today. Now we go to the next one, and the next one's quite interesting. That's the F's and V's. How many of you know what the F's and V's are? The fruits and vegetables. So one of the things I'm constantly asked here is, you know, are we having nice salads all of the time, but we never have tomatoes with our salads? You and I grew up in a world where tomatoes were in salads, incorrectly. Tomatoes are actually a cover crop from the jungles near Brazil, and they were brought out by the Aztecs and Mayans and used as ornaments on the side of their temples and never really eaten. And the polite word we use for the savages from Europe that came over to slaughter the poor indigenous people, the conquistadors, brought the seeds back and used them as ornaments until there were famines, basically, in Europe, and then they were eaten as a food. And my God, if they become like fire in proliferation. I mean, when you see everywhere in the world there's tomato sauce put on a food. I don't care if you're in India or if you're in Italy, all over the world now tomato sauce has become a staple. And one of the reasons that is they grow crazily. You know, you put a seed in the ground and these things just grow, and they have God knows how many tomatoes you get on a plant, but also they can grow anywhere. They can grow from swampy areas to the highest parts of mountains worldwide, and so they're wide geographic possibility for tomatoes. So now fruits and vegetables should never ever be eaten together. This is one of the big rules here, just like proteins and starchy carbs. The exceptions are avocado. Avocado grows on a tree like a fruit, has a consistency like a vegetable. Flowers, yes, flowers, and some of you are eating flowers all the time and you don't know it. Onions and garlic are flowers. How many of you know that? They're part of the lily flower family. They're bulbs from the lily flower. And by the way, when I used to grow gardens, one of my favorite things to plant in there were onions and garlic. How many of you ever seen an onion flower? It's like a snowball. And now they have purple ones and gold ones and white ones and, blue ones. They're just incredibly good. And some herbs, as you call them in Europe, herbs, they go with that. They go either way. They go with either fruits or vegetables. But generally, you would never eat a vegetable with a fruit. Now, we're talking about fruits in the context of sugar-high fruits. There are some things that are botanically called fruit, like a cucumber is called fruit. But the sugar level is more like a what? A lettuce or a vegetable. A sweet, wonderful pepper, basically, even a hot pepper, is botanically called a fruit, but by the way, has such a minuscule amount of sugar, can be eaten because of the high fiber content along with the vegetables. But if we're talking about putting apples on your salad, bad news, or putting mango chips or all of these other nonsense things I see at health stores worldwide and at raw food restaurants worldwide. And the concept that when you put things, I've heard people say this, and it's completely non-scientific, when you put things in a blender, like green leafy vegetables, and put fruits in, somehow magically the chemistry changes. Yes, it does change. It becomes even more gastric, more problematic, more toxic, more noxious for the body. That's what happens with it. It doesn't change the chemistry because you blend it up. It destroys the nutrients. Now what you have left is a bad combination. And so this is a rule. Fruits and vegetables never ever go together. The exceptions are avocado. It's beautiful because avocado attaches itself to whatever you're eating. So you eat it with a salad that takes 2 hours to digest. Guess what? The avocado goes through in 2 hours. But if you eat it with an apple that takes an hour, hour and 15 minutes, guess what? It takes an hour to hour and 15 minutes. So great way to do it. You all get this one? Give yourself a hand. Boy, you're railing through this stuff today. Now we go to the next one, and this is the most fun we're going to have, because we're going to, remember Mr. Potato Head? All over the world we had Mr. Potato Head. And in my house, being Irish, we had a lot of potatoes, potato heads. You'd get these little eyes you'd stick on them, and mouths you'd stick on them, and arms you'd stick on the potatoes. And, Irish families, we had potato heads all over the place. But the reality is, this is really similar, because now we're going to make foods into people. And the first food we're going to make into a person is Joe the truck driver, the lorry driver. This guy wins the international award for driving the best lorry in the world. He wins for the last 10 years, he's come out #1 driving trucks globally. Now we're going to give Joe the truck driver, lorry driver, a big, big job. He's going to go down what we call the digestive highway. The digestive highway starts here and ends here, if you get the gist of what I'm saying. So it starts here and ends here. It is a very narrow highway. Only one vehicle can drive on that single lane road at a time. Now Joe, this great truck driver, knows how long is it going to take to digest him, or for him to get from point A to point Z. 4 hours. And as sure as we're sitting here, because he's so proficient, in 3 hours and 59 minutes the brakes are going to go on, and exactly 4 hours he's going to stop right here. Now Joe takes off. He's halfway down the road, or about 3/4 of the way down the road, and we completely forget Joe's there. And we yell out, "Ms. Mellon." And a Ferrari drives up, convertible, And Ms. Mellon happens to be the best Ferrari driver in the world. She wins all the competitions for driving Ferraris in races. Now, Ms. Mellon is really fast, unlike Joe, the lorry driver, the truck driver. And we're going to say to Ms. Mellon, because we forget Joe is on this single road, you have to go from point A to point Z. How long are you going to take? Well, she could take as little as 15 minutes and sometimes 20 or 25 minutes. But she's not going to stop because she's a winner and she's competitive. And so I always recall, almost on a daily basis, almost every meal, that somewhere around here a collision would happen. So Miss Mellon's going to drive the Ferrari, hit the back of the truck, and then digestion ceases and indigestion begins. Because the normal process of digesting a food is quite simple to understand. When you chew a food, and let's hope it's adequate amounts of time, the water comes out the front, the fiber comes out the back, and the nutrient goes into the cell. Now, what happens if the food collides and you have gone a quarter or a half a way through that process? Well, the food only has one option, and that's to decompose, to rot, to ferment. And so all of this discomfort and gas and burping and belching is all because you've constantly had collision after collision. I don't remember eating any food that I didn't collide in my life. Think about some of the basic things that we do that nobody considers. I know people that never drank a drop of alcohol in their life, and they're drunks. And how they do it is when they make alcohol, they put grains and they put sugar together. That's in our world called children's cereal. So what we're literally doing is taking grains and pouring sugar over it and giving it to our one-year-old children. Isn't that amazing? Nobody thinks about it. But it doesn't take months, as it does out in the atmosphere, to ferment down to become an alcohol. It takes minutes to start to become an alcohol in the human body. Now, a lot of health foods, don't think health foods are void of this problem. Look at the ingredients. Most prepared health foods have some form of sugar in it. You notice that? Now, they may not call it sugar. They'll call it something fancy to confuse you. But sugar is sugar. I don't care if we use honey to ferment the grain. That's a trick. Or agave syrup to ferment the grain. It will ferment it just as well as white sugar will. So what we're saying here is melons are really quick. So we're going to get to this point. Now, the old health nuts here in the room, if you remember this, you sing it along with me. Melons are to be eaten alone or left alone. Let's all get that into our head now. Melons are to be eaten alone or left alone. Now, why? This is a Ferrari rushing through your body. That's why when you eat a melon, you're all standing in a queue at the head. Have you noticed that? It goes right through the body. It doesn't take any prisoners. It just does its job rapidly. It's high, high, high fluid. For instance, melons are all above 97% water. Some are 98% water, every form of melon. So can you imagine what's happening? So why we love melons is the rest of it that's not water is mostly what? Sugar. So this is one that when you're sick you avoid like the plague. But ironically, Ann Wigmore, who knew this, although she wasn't sick, used to throw away the edible red part of the melon and juice the skin and the seeds. Because guess what? They're phenomenally good. And if any of you listening today have a libido problem, I've just given you the least expensive and by far the most effective recipe to get the libido going again. Because inside of the melon skin and the seed, there's something called citrulline, and citrulline opens up capillaries all over the body, but certainly in that nice area that you're trying to get re-engaged again. So great, great thing to do. All melons can be eaten together. Now, again, you have to wait until you're healthy enough to do this. You can't be messing around with this. You can't be taking it when you shouldn't be taking it. If you want to give away the red fruit or the orange fruit or the yellow fruit to your friends and take the organic, don't do this with non-organic. Take the organic melon skin and juice it, go ahead and do that. Perfectly fine to do that. And it's really a waste when you see how much juice you get out of an average size watermelon from the skin, it's more than you would out of the red part of the watermelon too. Isn't that kind and wonderful? So you're wasting by throwing that away. So melons are to be eaten alone and left alone. And if not, you avoid them, and when certainly in the conquest of a disease, you avoid them. So we've gone through the rules. Now we're going to repeat the rules once again. The number one rule is proteins, nuts and seeds, never go with starchy carbs, grains, beans, and root vegetables. They beautifully go equally with vegetables, which are all other sprouts, light leafy green sprouts, every single vegetable, and mung bean and aduki sprouts. Now, why you don't want to combine the starchy carbs and the proteins? They create over 120 different chemicals, most notable is sulfur. Number two, fruits are broken into acid, subacid, and sweet. The problem with fruit is a person fighting a disorder should eat no fruit because of the high fructose sugar content, which in the body acts like fat, which reduces oxygen and clogs the very, very organs of the body that are in the conquest of fighting that disease. So bottom line on this one is, when you're healthy, you can eat up to 15% of your diet by weight. Once again, if you're eating 10 pounds of food over a several day period, you could eat up to 1.5 pounds of ripe organic fruit that way. Now watch, because fruit is one of the most heavily sprayed crops on the planet Earth. They spray that with deadly chemicals, fungicides, herbicides, pesticides on an ongoing basis. And so that's the number two rule. Number three rule, fruits and vegetables never ever go together. Exceptions are avocado, flowers, which include onions and garlic, and also some of the herbs. You look at the herbs, or herbs as we call them, and you see. Last one, melons are to be eaten alone or left alone. So you're all happy with that? Give yourself a giant hand.
Hi, my name is Anna Maria Clement, the co-director of Hippocrates Health Institute. And many people don't realize that heart and brain are related, kind of like a great marriage. Well, it's supposed to be, but according to CDC, every 30 seconds, someone dies from a cardiovascular disease, mainly heart attack. Every 4 minutes, someone dies from a brain stroke, which is a brain attack. So this is horrendous. This is totally preventable. And so many people could have had learned from their cardiologist about lifestyle. So many people have come through our institute and saved many, many years of their life where they were told that the next heart attack, that will do you in. You know that the President Clinton became plant-based when after 2 heart attacks, he was risking a third. So how do we prevent this? Well, the first thing I want to talk about is actually your teeth. So what on earth does your teeth have to do with your heart and brain? Tons. So now, because we have a diet that we've never seen on this planet, with carbs de galore, with sugar de galore, with meat, with animal-based foods, all of this actually, what it does, because in our gums you have billions of microbes. They're different than the microbes you have in your gut. So these microbes, some, 80% are probably good, or maybe more, but there is a little bit of bad, and some of them are called spirochetes, and they live very deep in your gums, and they feed off sugar. So when I'm eating sugar and I'm eating animal-based food, makes my body very acidic, and it's actually feeding these bacteria. They love it, and their job is now to destroy my teeth, and I end up with implants or cavities, and then eventually I might lose my tooth. When they look at fossils that are millions of years old, they have some strong teeth still. Now, today, we're lucky if we have our teeth for a lifetime, right? So, you know, on top of your tooth is this really strong cover, the enamel. And it's mainly the calcium and the phosphate. And, you know, you would think it's the strongest bone. It's the strongest bone we have in our body. That what on earth could eat this up? What are we doing wrong today? And what is this doing to our heart and brain? So this is what's happening. These bacteria, spirochetes actually look like a corkscrew, and they can get into my brain, they can get into my heart, and they know that 150% greater risk for heart attack from these spirochetes. That is in my gums, that I've been feeding with diet I should never have had, right? That the world has never seen until very recent. And they know that strokes, 280% greater risk. So here we have people, every 4 minutes is a stroke, every 30 seconds a heart attack. This is totally preventable. So, you know, there is a lot of things we need to talk about. And the first thing, of course, your heart stores joy and love. We need love in our life. And we could talk about diet forever, but the emotions are even more important. We start in our life, we start with love from our parents, or at least we hope that everybody had that. Or otherwise we strive all our life to get that love back, don't we? And joy and laughter, to get this daily. You know, somebody said, I think we need to laugh tons of times during the day. We need to have fun. And right now, for sure, as we are secluded from friends and family, we need to read, we need to make fun, we need to be creative in our own homes too. So how do I take care of my lifestyle then? You know, we have, in so many ways, we got to take care of our teeth. So realize that you floss and you brush, but that doesn't get to the roots of the problem. These spirochetes that will destroy your tooth, you will end up with root canal and infections, and you need a water pick. A water pick will actually get down, because they live 3 millimeters down in your gums. Of course, I need to change my diet. In old days, I used to look at blood and swabs from between the molars, or if you had a root canal or implant, and just take a little toothpick, put it on the slide under microscope, and look at what's happening. It is a universe of microbes there, and some of them are bad. And the less that you let them survive by eating a raw food diet, cleanse with the water pick, and of course you brush and you floss too. So women and men take stress different. So oxytocin is a hormone that can, really play a havoc on our behavior, right? And they said, how come women and men relate to stress so different? Well, men has actually a hormone that suppresses some of the oxytocin so that they can handle situations more calmly. And of course, being a woman, I think that we're supposed to be very aggressive. We're taking care of our kids. We have our home to look after. So we have a lot to protect in a different way. And so of course, men and women were made to relate to stress in a different way. That makes sense. Now, there are many things that would help you through problems. How do we prevent heart attacks and strokes? Well, chemicals, pollutants, also is a big danger to our health. Mainly these small particles from even vaccination getting into our body, but let's say industrial particles from smoke, smog, you name it. It actually comes in through our nostrils and can go to our brain and create big problems. when you look at, for example, Alzheimer, and Alzheimer hits much more women than men. It is a big problem for women as we age, and a lot of that could have to do with prescription drugs, especially antidepressants. Well, if you want to work with the amyloid, so amyloid is this gooey stuff that actually glues your neurons. You have 86 billion neurons that have trillions of connections in your brain. And imagine as that starts to glue on this. This is something that comes very much from animal foods, from processed foods, from gluten. So here goes the pasta and the bread that has gluten. Now you can make bread and pasta without gluten, right? There's many other sources. And soy could be a problem for that too. So pollutants works on our brain. They actually did a study at University of Toronto, and they studied people that lived 50 meters away from a big road or 200 meters. It was 12 times greater risk for dementia and Alzheimer if you lived just 50 meters. If you look at United States, 60% of US population lives very close to a major road. So, you know, to purify the air, of course, it's very important, because why do we even get a stroke? Because the blood flow with oxygen didn't get to a part of our brain, or it didn't get to our heart. There were blockages. So what are these blockages made from? If you look at them, they are very much made from high protein, high cholesterol, rich diets, and acidity. While sugar makes you acidic, caffeine makes you very acidic. So here we go to all kinds of drug pushers, I call them, and you drink coffee. And you know, you become more and more acidic. You lose more and more of your teeth because you're feeding these bugs, remember that? So every 30 seconds, somebody dies from a cardiovascular problem, and every 4 minutes, somebody dies from a stroke. Boy, exercise, how that helps the whole body and your brain and your gut. Realize that the gut microbes take care of 90% of your immune system. I mean, this is huge. So serotonin is actually made mainly in your gut. You have about 30 neurotransmitters made in your gut that you need for your behavior, for your memory, for your learning new things, and being able to, solve problems. So sleep is huge. And also during that good sleep that you have, that I hope a lot of you have right now, you actually clean a lot of the problems you have with dementia. So, you know, for your memory, we need to sleep. And you know, when you don't sleep well, you don't remember most of the things. Your memory is just not clear. Now, when it comes to supplements that could help you, one is a product that we make, and it took many years. It has plant-based supplements in here that actually will help to make nitric oxide in your body. Your body makes nitric oxide, but by 25 years old, it starts to decrease until it actually stops. So our food needs to add this for you. Avocados, asparagus, you know, so many of the things that we're eating, the sprouts, will add that. So this will actually bring you back to youthful levels, and it helps circulation. It helps libido. And, you know, circulation max, really good. Magnesium and the heart, I think all of you know about magnesium, how amazing, essential that is. Yes, we get a ton from the food here. We get it from the wheatgrass juice, the green drinks that we drink, and even supplements like blue-green algae, chlorella. But I always take extra magnesium too, because there's more stress on our body and our brain and heart than it ever was. I don't think most of us were brought up on a totally organic raw food diet. No, I was brought up, my first 15 years was a lot of dairy. So dairy products for sure will drain my system of calcium. Then B12 is totally essential for your brain, for your memory. Without B12, we are in trouble. So it's something that if there's one supplement everybody needs to take, this is B12, and it has to be soil-based, totally plant-based, and alive. All our supplements, if I take them and put them under microscope, they are alive. Vitamin D. So vitamin D, we have Sun D, and Sun D works on every cell in your body. So you probably heard about mad cow disease, Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, where people just lost their brain. The brain was eaten up by this disease, which was the craziest thing. We were actually feeding plant-based animals. And that would never happen in nature. And it got so bad that people died from this disease. Well, I'm not sure that has stopped, but because who knows if Alzheimer, who knows if Parkinson, who knows if Huntington, who knows if Alzheimer and ALS, you name it, who knows if they are not part of mad cow disease. I hope that everybody hears what I'm saying, and a plant-based diet is what we were supposed to have. Why our teeth were so strong. If you look at the evolution of our teeth, I mean, we're lucky if we have them for a lifetime, right? But our teeth used to be super strong because we had barks and roots. So dairy is a big source of sugar. It's lactose. So that's the kefir, that's the butter, that's the cheese, the yogurt, you name it. No matter how much you hear about, oh yeah, they have fermented good bacteria that will feed our gut. It doesn't even have all the trillions of bacteria that you need to rebuild your gut flora. So they are pure sugar. And again, sugar feeds every bad cell in your body, including cancer. If I'm looking to keep my brain in good shape, I need to be mentally challenged. Hippocampus is the learning and memory center in your brain, and it becomes paralyzed from sugar and caffeine and heavy meat diet. So the hippocampus also makes insulin to take care of so that we have a good sugar balance in the brain, which now I can memorize things, I can learn new things. It's a big problem, but it's a big problem for all of my body, every cell. And you have to realize that we are, most of us, emotional eater. And every cell in your body works on frequency. Our bodies are frequency. Our brain is like a transmitter, and it also takes in information. So our food needs to have the same frequency as our body has. Now, in our body, we have some very rare crystal called magnetite. Magnetites are magnetically the most sensitive to EMF, to smart meters and cell phones, you name it. But the brain has the highest concentration of magnetite. So imagine when we have the cell phone to our ear, how the harm that we do to our brain, and so many brain cancers are coming from this, right here, right where I'm holding the cell phone. And I think you know when you're holding it how hot it gets. That's when trouble starts. So you might have microwave ovens. You know, the new 5G is pure microwave oven. I mean, now we're really going to be right in it. And it's going to increase infections big time. So I would first put your cell phone only on speakerphone when you use it, and move it over from 5G to 4G. But, you know, there's going to be towers all around in your area. So you need to push. You need to make sure that people understand this, because infection level will go sky high. And research will show this. So your brain is totally dependent on how much EMF it's taking in. So look at this as a transmitter. Look at it, and magnetite is there. And it's even, all the animals have it. How do you think the birds are flying to the south and coming back in the spring, and they know exactly where to go? They have magnetites. They all do. But we tend to be the only species that somehow don't know how to use it. So Alzheimer, yes, about 7 million people by 2025 will have this. When you look at the rate of autism, that went sky high. From 2002 to 2012, it went up more than 100%. It used to be 1 in 67. By 2012, 1 in 67 kids had some kind of autism spectrum. Now it's 1 in 34. And according to Dr. Seneff from MIT, by 2035, 1 out of 2 will be born with some form of autism spectrum. This is preventable, absolutely, but there is a lot of things that we need to clean up. We need to clean up our diet, we need to clean up the air, and we need to plant a trillion of trees, because they are the ones that will pick up. They pick up even formaldehyde. Put a ton of plants in your house, a ton of plants. The money plant, the little money plant that's so easy to take care of. My house is full of that. And I can be gone 3 weeks and it's ever so happy. I just gave it enough water for 3 weeks. These plants pick up carbon dioxide. They're better than any HEPA filter that you can put in, right? Now, so the gut and brain connection, as the gut is called the second brain, right? And so important that I eat foods that have good fiber, good raw food, good raw vitamins, minerals. Because if I cook away enzymes. I cook away all the good stuff that my body is asking for. Realize again and again that we have never seen a diet processed like this ever in the history of life on planet. Never. So we are on a side road. We're trying to find our way with peanut butter and jelly sandwich and it's not going to work. And we get depleted more and more and more. And we age so much faster. And the study at Tufts University showed that if I eat a good sized avocado a day, I actually increase my learning and memory capabilities 50%. So, avocado, of course, have great protein, great omega-3s, great, avocado, of course, have great omega-3s, great protein, great glutathione, and nitric oxide. So during pregnancy, the mother's brain anatomically change, and we become totally aware and protective of our pregnancy, but also of our life and the life of the unborn. It's like amazing. We're totally concentrating. So you wonder sometimes when you're pregnant, because it's the best time of our life. Well, because we don't deal with other problems. We want to deal with our pregnancy. So our body and brain are totally connected, and they're totally related. There is unified system, and what's good for the brain is good for the heart. And what's bad for the brain is bad for the heart, right? And I want to talk about one of our guests that came here, Michael. So Michael was on a transplant list to get a new heart. He had had so many heart attacks, his poor heart was just done, and he was living on a bag full of medication. So while he was waiting for this heart transplant, he came here, went through the program, and as he returns to see his doctor, he said, I take you off the transplant list. You don't need it anymore. And he has slowly but surely been able to get off all his meds. I think he has one left. And he sees his cardiologist ever so often. and he's so surprised how well he's doing. And he is well up in his 70s now. So that is a great thing to hear and to see. And you know, if you look at the work between Hippocrates here, that has more than 60-year-old history, and of service, people that comes from all over the world to heal themselves from all kinds of problems. And of course, we're all about lifestyle. We have a program where you can learn and you have tools to bring home. Dr. Esselstyn, Dean Ornish, you know, so many people have proven that lifestyle is the #1 prevention. So I hope that you can look at it and don't ever take no for an answer, because a lot of times you're told you'll be on this med and that med for the rest of your life, and there's nothing else you can do about it. No, then you say, okay, maybe I need those medications for a while I'm changing my life, and I will work on my problems. Maybe I'm too angry. Maybe I have too much fear in my life. Maybe I'm not happy with my work, or I'm not happy with my relationships. So everything suffers, because realize that every cell in your body work on your emotions. It's like your emotions is the boss. So your heart needs happiness, laughter, joy. Our brain and heart are totally related, and they're related to every cell in your body. The oxygenation that we take in through our food, through our fresh air, through being in the forest, like at least spend 30 minutes a day just walking around, and being happy, the joy, the laughter, and the love in your life is so important. Because if you have sadness, if you have anger, if you have fear, you know how that feels, and you know that it's hurting you. Nobody else is hurting you. And it's hurting your immune system. It goes down the drain, because every cell works on emotion, and you're the boss. And I can change. You know, I can be really angry, and I can say to myself, you know, what's so important that I'm going to be angry for a whole day and I'm going to hurt myself? Remember this, you're only hurting yourself again and again. Start the day on good juices, good food. Be outdoors where there is good air, and you know, be around trees. Take a walk in the forest. 30 minutes a day is like minimum to get good fresh air. And you know, trees pick up carbon dioxide, formaldehyde, toxins, pollution. It's such a good friend, but you know, most of us cut them down and just put grass. It's nuts. We need to be around nature, because nature has wisdom out of this world. And if you want to get wisdom back, you need to sleep enough, exercise, you need to eat really well. Skip the animal processed food. Right to yesterday, we were told that slaughterhouses are closed, and now it's a big hoopla about we can't have meat. We don't need meat. If the human population wants to survive and be flourishing for many, many generations to come, we need to go on a plant-based diet, and that's where we're at. That's where we're at. And maybe it took this infection, this pandemic, for people to realize that we were on the wrong track. We can supplement with some supplements, vitamin C, D, E, and you know, B complex, B12, of course. And the diet is the biggest thing when it comes to nourishing every microbe in my gut, in my mouth, and every cell in my body that's waiting for you to nourish and give it what it needs, and it will do the job for you. So until next time, take care. Hi, my name is Anna Maria Clement and co-director of Hippocrates Health Institute. And today I want to show you how we make this world-famous Hippocrates green drink. And there is a lot of goodies in here that will help your whole system and give you health. We have the famous sunflower sprouts. Sunflower sprouts, well, what's so good about them? They are a huge part of this program. We eat them, we drink them, and they have perfect protein. They also help every cell in your body. They help the skeletal system, your muscular system, circulation, of course, and your neurological system. And I will also add pea sprouts. Pea sprouts have protease and helps you digest protein better. And it also helps neurological and your skeletal and muscular system. Then I will add celery. What's so good about celery? It has organic sodium, really helps your circulation, so it's great for your heart. Then you have cucumber, which I've cut up already, but cucumber has minerals that really helps your kidney, bladder, your lungs, your joints. So I want to have that. And of course, I'm called the garlic queen. I like to put garlic in everything, and especially in these days when we need to have even more health and boost our whole system and every cell in your body. So I use a machine that will grind the sprouts and the vegetables. Realize also that sprouts, these are very special because when you sprout something, they have 10 to 30 times more nutrition than all the vegetables. So we've chosen these, and you can of course add other parsley and watercress and dandelions, and in times when I'm visiting Sweden, I put nettles in here. So there's no limit. Any wild leafy green that's outside, my gosh, put them in, as long as they're edible. So I'm gonna put this on to show you. And I'll start with some sunflower sprouts. So it's very important that the juicer is not centrifugal. It will not do sprout juice for you. And I like to go around in my bowl here. So I take some cucumber because that will push them down out better. And then maybe some celery. And as you see, there's juice coming into the cup here. And then I have the garlic. Now I take some pea sprouts. So it's easier if you go around and around. A little bit of cucumber. So the benefits of having this juice is to bring a lot of nourishment in a short, easy time. And especially when you have kids at home that might not eat all their vegetables. This is one way that you can put anything they don't like in this juice. We drink 16 ounces of this amazing food twice a day. Imagine what that will do to your system, your immune system, and every cell in your body gets nourishment. We eat food too. We eat plenty of food, as you see from our buffet. But when it comes to drinking and getting enough fluid into your body, that helps every cell in your body too. Remember, the lymph needs that. And you might say, well, why don't you put carrots and beets in here and apples like most of the juice bar will do? I think most of us have had enough sugar in a lifetime that we need to go green for a while. But if I have kids, I could throw a carrot in with this for them, for sure, or half an apple. Not a bad idea. So you just keep going around. And remember the organic sodium in celery. It's very good for your circulation, your heart. So we want to make sure that we get enough of that, enough cucumber. Plus, celery and cucumber makes a better juice. You know, sprouts makes a pretty tough juice. It will be pretty thick, so you need something. If I can't find celery and cucumber, I can add cabbage instead. Cabbage is great to make a juicy juice too, and cabbage is a great detoxifier. So you can add that anytime. When you buy vegetable, remember this, get leafy greens that are looking good, that are organic, of course, and that darker color means more minerals for you. So I'm gonna enjoy this juice here. And of course the pulp that is from here, that pulp is great to nourish your compost. So cheers and enjoy. I hope that this will be a part of your daily life. Until next time, thank you.
Hi guys, I'm Elle McPherson and I am here at the beautiful Hippocrates Wellness Center here in Florida, Palm Beach. I've been here for a couple of times. I absolutely love this place. I love the theories and the education that I've learned here, and also all the practices. So today we're going to have a little chat about wheatgrass, which is ancient technology for the 21st century. This has been around for years and years and years. It is some of the most nutrient-dense product that you can find. Nutrient-dense grass that you can find, it's wheatgrass. 1 ounce of wheatgrass is equal to about 5 pounds of raw, organic, fresh, green vegetables that you can grow in your own garden. What I love about wheatgrass is its healing properties. It is so nutrient dense, and I found with my own wellness journey that it's been a huge part of my wellness journey. So I take 2 ounces in the morning, 2 ounces in the evening or in the afternoon. And I have my own wheatgrass machine, and I also grow wheatgrass, which is very easy to do. You can grow it anywhere, cold climates, hot climates. I'm in Florida and I have a bed like this, and actually what's really interesting with wheatgrass is if you cut it, it actually grows up again, so you can cut your wheatgrass and you can get 2 loads out of something like this. But it's super nutritious and really great for the body. It is an antiseptic, it's healing. Often people, once you've made the juice and you have the paste of the grass, you can put it on your skin. If you have a skin ailment, you know, sort of an eczema or psoriasis or something like that. So it is like God's gift to us. So I'm going to show you how to do it. It's very simple. First of all, I've washed my hands. You put on your juicer and then you just feed it through. Now what's interesting with this is it's very potent, so you don't need a lot. And I'm going to do this here. And see this incredible, look at this pulp. This is a great juicer, by the way. Look at this. So this is what you can make sort of like a, you can put it on your body if you need to. I'm not going to touch that. I'm going to put some more in here. And we're going to make a beautiful wheatgrass shot for me. It smells delicious. It's sweet. And I think what you'll find is once you start, like there are a lot of people in the beginning that say, oh, how am I going to do wheatgrass? The smell is really strong, but really beautiful. You know it's healing you from the inside out. And so you get to the point where you really crave it. And that's been my experience, where I just crave wheatgrass because I know that it's healing me on every level. And as I said, it is ancient technology for the modern age. And let me see how we go. I'm going to stop here. I'm going to turn this off. Move that because it drips on the table. Do a little shot. There it is. Magic. It tastes delicious. Have I got a green moustache? Okay, I was going to do a shot, like a tequila shot, but then I thought maybe that's not right. What happens if I okay, here we go. Done. Done and dusted. And there you have it, my wheatgrass lesson right here from Hippocrates.
Welcome here to Hippocrates Health Institute. Ever since January 1956, people have been arriving here from all over the world to change their lives. We are so excited about having you here on the campus with us. There's a few little bits of advice I'd like to give you. First thing you have to do is check at the gate all of your preconceived notions and ideas. Number two, open your heart for change and for progress. And number three, have a lot of fun and relax.
Thank you for coming. And you know, we know what it takes to come here, and a lot of you come from other countries and you're on a different time zone. A lot of you probably exhausted, but we will make that all go away. We will give you the best nutrition you ever had, pamper you with therapies, exercise, and just the beautiful Florida weather. I hope that you will take a deep breath and say, I'm going to be very happy here, and we can't wait to see you.
That's right. And let me tell you, you're going to be seeing probably more than you'd like of both of us during your stay. So we have three words for you. Health, happiness, and healing. Welcome.
Hippocrates Wellness, plant-based nutrition and wellness program.
Now, back a long time ago, the group we now call the pharmaceutical industry in the 1920s realized that supplements would eventually make a lot of money. So they, well in advance, started to manipulate and take control of the language that surrounds supplementation. Right now today, in the year 2015, 80% of all the original raw material for supplementation comes out of the pharmaceutical industry. Most of you don't know that 91% of supplements on the market are dangerous for you. Not only not effective, but dangerous for you. Hardly anyone knows that supplements in great part are made out of oil, motor oil, the same type that are in your car, or coal tar. They seem to like roads and cars. Coal tar, what makes roads up. And in the case of vitamin E, turpentine. And that's over 90% of supplements. Now, the history of supplements are relatively new. The first time in modern history that we discovered a nutrient and identified it was 1905. But we'll talk about it a little bit longer ago than that. Back in 1747, an admiral from Scotland called Lind, L-I-N-D, recognized that sailors were having big problems. How many of you know why sailors were the only well-paid people back hundreds of years ago? Anyone know why? Because most of them died on long trips. And so there were two kinds of people hundreds of years ago, and it's coming to that now soon. Again, very wealthy and peasants. But the sailors were the then middle class. And when they went on long voyages, it was expected and anticipated that 50% would die. And what they died from is what today we call scurvy. Now, scurvy is not an infectious disease, it's a nutritional deficiency. And Admiral Lind somehow instinctually knew this. Now, there was no science on this. We didn't know what a nutrient was. We didn't know there was something in food, and we could pin it and identify it. But he said, let's start to bring food along on these long voyages and see if we can stop the scurvy. And he brought limes along, and that's why you Brits that are sitting here among us today are called limeys. Isn't that interesting? So that's where the term limey came from, because when the British sailors would come into town and into the port, they would always smell like limes. And after a short time, they recognized on the really long voyages where they went around halfway around the world, that limes would begin to rot, so they started to take garbanzo beans or chickpeas and sprout them, and guess what? Both limes and sprouted chickpeas have vitamin C in it. And it was a vitamin C that eradicated scurvy. And so, interesting stories. But it wasn't until 1905. Another British, I guess the British were ahead of all of us on this one. 1905, you had a wonderful guy called Fletcher, William Fletcher. And William Fletcher had this crazy idea. People were dying in great part from beriberi in those days. And he said, well, maybe there's some energy in the food that literally could take care of this beriberi. And he personally, with his own little fingers, this doctor, took the nutritious part off rice, put a lot together, compacted it, and started to give it to people with beriberi, and lo and behold, they reversed that disease. Now, that was called B1, or thiamine. So the very first nutrient identified was just a little over a century ago. Now, where we got the name vitamin was by a Polish-born guy called Funk, Kazimierz Funk. What a great name that is. How come I get a name Brian? I should have been Kazimierz Funk, you know. And Kazimierz Funk had this brilliant idea, because he took from Greek the word vita. What does vita mean? Yeah, the building across the street, the medical building, is called vita, because it's a life building. And he took amine, which means growth, from nitrogen. So the word vitamin means life growth. Isn't that great? So we had that established in 1912. From that point until about 1955, more than 80% of the nutrients that we have identified and utilized today were actually put together, understood, and researched. Now, in that period of time, a lot has happened, but recognize 100 years is a really young science. This is not an old science, it's a very young science. And what I always say to people is, if you think in very practical ways, which seems not to be happening very often today, you recognize that nature, with its infinite wisdom and the way the universe works together in an integral mathematical pattern, has created many, many things in these foods that we've yet to identify. Now, when we start to isolate them, separate them, segregate them, and market them, we are going to lose the subcultures or the nuance in that food itself. I think we're yet to find the vast majority of the goodness in food. Slowly but surely, as time evolves, we start to discover important things, like phytochemicals. Phytochemicals, to me, are hands down the most significant finding in the history of nutritional science. If you look at all nutritional science that started in 1905, wasn't made a science until 1928. Where was it made a science? Here in the United States, and it was at Cornell University, where a group of biologists came together and said, this is really serious stuff, and so if we can combat diseases like beriberi and scurvy, and that's what they knew in those days, and now we know in these days, every single disease known to man has a nutritional component. As a matter of fact, Linus Pauling clearly stated it. There is no disease that doesn't have a direct connection with the lack of nutrition. Some in great part, some in small parts. I believe many, many diseases today obviously are created because of lack of nutrition. We go back to Darwin, who said it beautifully. Darwin said, survival of the fittest. You know what that means? The weak guy gets attacked. And if you are weak because of malnourishment, and that's not hard for you to understand, if we don't feed you at all, you die. If you feed yourself inadequately, you partially die. And when you're partially dead, you become vulnerable and weak. Then the virus, the bacteria, the cancer, the mold, the yeast, the fungus attacks you. Plus, emotionally, you're much weaker. Have you ever noticed when you sleep well and eat right, you feel perky? When you don't, you feel like you're half dead? So this is not brain science. This is common sense, which is not so common. And we've got to start to come together and understand the practicality of eating. Now, the problem most of you have is the problem I faced when I began all of this decades ago. You're food addicts. Excuse me, let me rephrase that. You're addicted to substances, not food. Most of what I ate in my past life was not food. It had nothing to do with nutrition. It had to do with entertainment and pleasure. Do you follow? So you and I are addicted to taste. We're not addicted to health. We're not addicted to building the cells and making our body strong and vibrant, giving ourselves the potential to go against the Darwinist theory of what? Survival of the fittest. The strongest survives. Would you rather not be the strongest? And how we've lost this in modern science doesn't surprise me, because the intellectuals always miss the most important things. They're experts in a certain area. They don't see the big picture. And the big picture is nutrition is fundamental for health. The upcoming magazine, which I've just been editing on this lecture tour I just came back from last night, literally two of the doctors, one Dr. Cooperman, a renowned surgeon here in the United States, who himself is a vegan now, he's well into his 80s, said, when we look at this with all of the research data, that's called meta-studies. Meta-studies are where you take all of the most impressive research that has been done globally and you put it together. The one stunning number we come up with is 80% of human health comes from the diet you eat. And I totally agree with this. 80% of human health. This is one of the most renowned surgeons in the United States and has been for decades. Now, when we start to understand this, you have a choice to recognize you're an addict and recognize that you're going to whine and you're going to cheat and you're going to hide and you're going to say, look at, I know what they say makes sense because I feel it makes sense, but I still need cupcakes. How do I know this? Because I felt the same. I still need ice cream. Oh yes, it's not going to be the dairy variety because at least I have enough integrity not to do that. I'll go out and get coconut ice cream. Same level of sugar in it. Do you follow me? Just because it says organic on it doesn't mean it's healthy. And it certainly doesn't mean it's nutritious when it's been cooked. Because one thing that everyone concurs with, at least anyone with common sense and integrity, not the intellectuals, is that when you cook something, you basically destroy most of the vitality and nutrition in it. And we're going to get into that. So today with supplementation, we start very new science, wasn't a science till 1928, first discovery 1905. Most have what we've discovered happened between 1905 and 1955, in 50 years. And things like phytochemicals come along where we say, my God, isn't that amazing that nature, food, the wisdom of the universe, created disease-preventing and disease-altering elements in every single raw fruit, vegetable, and more so sprout. Disease-preventing, disease-altering, life-extending elements called phytochemicals that literally are in every single raw vegetable, fruit, and more so sprout. Now, isn't that remarkable? Now, when I start to study these things deeply, as I do, I start to realize that there is a universal plan. You want to call it spirituality, you can. Some of you may call it religion. I don't care what you call it. I don't care how you like to label it. But I can assure you, science is documenting it's real. That there is an interconnectivity from one life form to another, and what we do and the choices we make either determine we disconnect from the universe and the energy and the health of the universe, or we connect to it. And the big word that we have to employ is to become humble. We have to humble ourselves and stop being arrogant. Stop thinking we know more than nature. Stop thinking that somebody is brighter than what has happened here for millions and millions and hundreds of millions of years. And somebody has to, along the way, rather than fight the tide, it's like trying to stop the ocean waves with your hand. Is it going to work? Most likely you're going to go under the wave and drown. It's better to get on the wave and ride the wave. Do you follow? Go along with the process. Now, when it comes to vitamin and mineral supplements, the first subject we're going to speak about, we're going to break this into three categories. These are incredibly important nutrients that you need on a daily basis, because the human cells, the 100 trillion cells that the human body possess, that's constantly renewing. When one cell dies, in ideal terminology, another cell is born, a stem cell. Isn't that great? Until the Scandinavians finally figured out, my wife's country of Sweden, why we die and why we age, we didn't understand. Because frankly, in the perfect world, if a cell is dying and a cell is being born, guess what? We shouldn't be aging. We shouldn't be getting old. We shouldn't become decrepit. Then they started to realize by lifestyle choices, today we call that a big scientific name called epigenetics, the food we eat, the emotions we have, one way or another, the exercise we do, there's these little things that we can now measure for longevity called telomeres. Any of you ever hear about a telomere? And they're little tails at the end of DNA. Now, we can actually look at these, and it's a pretty good science today. I wouldn't say that we're really fluent with it yet, but it's a pretty good science. Really short telomeres means, uh-oh, you're going to die soon. Really long telomeres say, hey, you've been doing pretty well. You haven't been under that much stress. You've been eating good. You've been exercising. Your environment, you probably like the relationship you're in. You probably like the job you're in. Because there's lots of factors, not just the food factor. But the big thing the Swedes showed us, the more you eat, the shorter the telomeres get. Uh-oh. Now, so you've been taught, even by the health food industry, you need to overindulge in food. Constantly eat. You need to eat breakfast, you need to eat lunch, you need to eat dinner. Here's the snacks. Here's the snack food. You've got to eat between meals. Some people say you've got to eat every 3 hours. How many of you listen to all of this nonsense? Where overwhelming evidence today shows us that the more you eat, the quicker you go. Because the body was programmed to eat very little occasionally. How many of you know that? Because your ancestors were not living in an affluent culture that had supermarkets in it. They actually were nomadic, moving from place to place, and when they found food, they felt fortunate, ate, and continued to move on. So for most of the time your body on this planet was evolving, it was evolving with very small food that was highly nutritious. Highly nutritious food. Today, most organic food is not nutritious. All organic processed food has little to no nutrition in it. Do you follow? Now that's why we go back to the basics here. Why we're actually showing you how for pennies, no matter what socioeconomic sphere you're in, you can actually grow food, no matter where you live on the planet Earth, 12 months a year, called sprouts in your kitchen. And once again, I'll repeat for the second time in this talk, that sprouts are at the top of the list for phytochemicals. And phytochemicals are the most important finding we've ever discovered in the history of nutritional science. It's this high compared to this high with everything else because it's what helps to prevent and reverse disease and premature aging. Where are most of them? In sprouts, in sprouts, in sprouts. So why do we overindulge in sprouts here? Now, we were very fortunate because our founder certainly was a scientist, but she had something, again, that most people lack called common sense. And she somehow felt really earthy about this. She said, my God, can you imagine here, she was living in Boston, Massachusetts, where it was cold and ungodly weather, for 7-8 months a year there. And she said, well, where am I going to get this fresh food? Well, when she discovered you can grow it in jars and grow it on trays in very small apartments, city apartments, she said, whoa, that's a revelation. That's a revelation. And this goes back through thousands of years of history. This is not new. Hippocrates, again, many people make us the claim of that, but we're not the claim of that. All of this is historic. It comes back. The Asians write about this thousands of years ago for the therapeutic value of it. We've been employing sprouts for 60 years, doing what you'd consider clinical research on sprouts. We look at this with human beings, not with computer programs, not with theories, not with philosophy, but with human beings. We come in, here's what you bring. You bring your blood test, we do blood test. Here's at the beginning of your stay, here's at the end of your stay. Now, if you're acutely listening to what we give you as a gift here, for the rest of your life for free, F-R-E-E, you constantly are counseled. Now, that doesn't mean neurotic people pick up the phone and call me every other day. We don't answer the phone because we work with hundreds of thousands of people globally. But what it means is periodically, as the nurses will suggest to you when you leave, you're going to send back blood tests, you're going to send back scans, and our medical team's going to evaluate them and tell you what currently is best for you. Because the evolution of what you need to do is not static. What I tell you today may not be what you need a year from now or 5 years from now. Do you follow? And the day we start to say you need less is the day you know what we see is that you're getting a lot better. Do you follow? And that's how it works and evolves. So vitamin and mineral supplementation, powerfully important. You need it on an ongoing daily basis because 100 trillion cells need to be fed on an ongoing basis because you're made of cells. So the determining factor is whether or not your bones and your organs are strong, is whether or not you're nourishing the cells. Anyone have a problem with that? If I don't nourish you for 5 days and say, let's go on a hike, how many of you would like to go on a hike if you haven't eaten in 5 days? Well, what do you think your cells feel like if we say, hey, let's go become an organ, let's become a liver, or a brain, or a heart, or a kidney, or a bone? It says, well, I don't have the energy to do that. And so you want to constantly nourish. Now, watch what you're doing, because there are some people who are out there today, the cheerleaders who don't know much about science, are going to say, if you eat an organic, whole food, vegan, living diet, you get everything you need from it. I wish that were true. I wish it were true. It's not so. I was actually of that camp 40 years ago, but then we started to do these blood profiles. And I started to notice even people who'd been living well for a long time at times lack nutrition. Because unless you're eating exclusively food that you grow in incredibly rich soil for long periods of time, over the 7-year period that your body takes to totally regenerate, you don't have chance to fulfill every nutritional need that's possible. Do you follow what I'm saying to you? That means perfect for 7 years, then maybe. Now, most of you think eating lettuce grown in California 5-6 weeks ago is enough. You're hardly getting anything from it, even if it's organic. Do you follow? Now, if you had your own garden, totally different story. We're now in the process of working with a genius young man who basically is probably one of the most genius farmers I've ever met in my life, nutritional scientist I've ever met in my life. Why? He's not formally trained, thank God. He figured it out on his own. And what he's doing is infusing soil with nutrition that nobody's even thought of or fathomed doing before. And in those cases, yes, you may be able to get the nutrition. This is the first man I've met in 45 years who has even the slightest ability to do what I'm saying, out of all the great organic farmers that I've met in my life. And so this is where we have to move back to. And I'm sure that thousands of years ago, when the things were growing naturally without farms, there weren't farms, remember that? Farms were a later activity, that people walking in nature in and of itself produces rich soil that the food can grow in. Think about it. Think about, for instance, trees. Trees are amazing. You know, trees have thousands and thousands, tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of leaves on them. They fall to the ground. What does that do? Compost. The seeds then fall down into the rich soil and they grow, and this is a perpetual composting factory. Now, what happens when we start to farm today? Even on the very, very vast hundreds of thousands and millions of acres of land we call organic farming in places like the west coast of the United States and in the middle of Germany, very, very seldom do they enrich the soil the way nature would have in history. So when you're looking for supplementation, it has to be whole food supplementation. Again, it's only 9% is whole food supplementation. 91% is dangerous, made out of oils, turpentines, coal tar, and here's how they got away with that. Back in the 30s, they recognized that the future of economics is going to be great when it comes to supplements. So they went to governments around the world and conned them into believing that if they just put 10% of natural plants into the supplements, that the government should let them say the word natural on the product. Isn't that amazing? So when you see the word natural, rather than be excited about that, that should be the first red flag you see, because it's not natural. Nobody who knows what I'm telling you would ever put the word natural on a supplement, because the fact is that is a red flag absolutely assuring that 90% is a chemical. When they started to realize that the word organic was going to bring a lot more money, now they just said that 1 atom of carbon is all that's required to call a supplement organic. Do you follow what I'm saying? 1 atom of carbon has nothing to do with organic, by the way. That's why I intentionally do not put on our supplements the word organic. It's been so degraded, that word. And so the trickery of the supplement industry I'm exposing at this point. And you've got to also understand that people who are producing these things aren't all just totally evil, that they don't get it. Because some scientist somewhere perched up on his little perch in a university was paid copious amounts of money to actually dilute the truth on this. So at some Ivy League university, they paid somebody a handsome amount to basically tell you that natural supplements are perfectly fine, even though they're made at laboratories and have nothing to do with nature. About 3 years ago, I was on Deepak Chopra's radio show. Deepak Chopra is a very smart guy. Deepak Chopra read my book, Supplements Exposed, and was asking me questions about it. He said, Brian, why is it that you're saying that supplements that are taken from nature, from foods, from plants, are much better for you than ones that man makes in laboratories? He said, because the formula is exactly the same. And I said, Deepak, you don't believe that we understand everything that's in a plant now, do you? Do you think that we understand everything that goes on, the dynamics of a plant? And he quietly didn't answer. And I said, we need to now create a new science and reformulate a whole food formulation, because the old standard that both should be the same is completely wrong. Now, Carl Sagan said it so well. How many of you know the great guy Carl Sagan? Before his death, he basically said that if we really truly want to understand how to make an apple, we have to understand how to make the universe. Do you understand that? We'd have to know everything about how the universe happened. It's not making an apple, constructing it. And I don't think we're at that point yet. Maybe someday in the distant future we can get to that point. Now, supplementation is really important. I know that this morning I got up and I take 35 different supplements. You're not required to do that, but I'm really happy to be alive. I want to be around a long time. I'm enjoying everything. Some of you don't want to be. You're just not that happy, not that excited, so you don't have to do this. Now, the only supplement I can say everyone absolutely needs, or you're going to be in trouble, because about 70% of the population lacks it today, is B12. I'm on my 21st year of doing work on this. 70% of the population lacks B12. And those of you who think, well, that's vegans, well, it's wrong, because meat eaters that include fish, poultry, red meat, also, let's put eggs over here, and dairy foods of all kind, have 8% higher amounts of B12 deficiency than vegans. And those of us who are living food vegans, in great part, have the least B12 deficiency, but still have B12 deficiencies. Now, we're not going to elaborate
Hippocrates Wellness, plant-based nutrition and wellness program.
Welcome to Detox and Elimination. You've been doing this all your life. Hopefully you will learn to do it so much better now. And, you know, every day you need to get rid of toxins. And every day you get polluted. And you start up again. You know, you get out in the traffic, you will have pollution happening. You eat something, maybe that's processed. It's going to have some chemicals in it. The water you drink might not be the purest. And you eat out in restaurants, you know, you can contract things. So every day needs to be a good day to help your body detoxify and eliminate. So exercise, of course, is a big part of this. Perspiring is a big part. And yes, we perspire when we exercise, but we also will go into saunas or steam baths to help our body eliminate, as your skin is the largest elimination organ in your body. Boy, when you perspire, you get rid of a lot of toxins, and it's one of the major parts to help your body get rid of heavy metals and chemicals. So I'll take you through this detox and elimination, and you know, a lot of things have happened in your life. A lot of things are maybe more emotional, spiritual, like really every problem we have has a spiritual base. But then you have all the physical stuff that you can help with lifestyle, with diet, with taking care of yourself daily, and to clean up with juices like we do here at the Institute. We make juices out of sunflower sprouts and pea sprouts and celery, cucumber, and a lot of greens. And sprouts is, of course, an amazing food, as every plant that's out there has evolved to survive. And you're talking hundreds of millions of years, these plants have evolved. And they actually have, to survive other predator, they've had to make some kind of pesticide, with a little poison, and it's a very small amount. And so when we are eating these plants, we get this. And now they find that, and this was done at Johns Hopkins, and as a neuroscientist, Dr. Matson, found that, wow, these tiny little pesticides that you get from these foods, the greens, the sprouts, have the ability to protect your body and especially protect your brain. So imagine that. It can help to protect you from Parkinson, Alzheimer, and other problems. So, you know, I hope that makes you want to eat more of the greens and drink more of the greens, and protect yourself with the power that they can give you. And, you know, meat and chicken and fish and eggs and dairy products does not have that. It does not have that. And, you know, if you look at pollution, we all worry about the carbon dioxide pollution and where is it coming from most, and is it the factories, is it our cars? No, it is our production of meat, of pork, of chickens. It is that kind of production that actually creates more carbon dioxide pollution than anything. So the way to go is to help your body become a vegan. And I want to introduce, of course, Ann Wigmore, who founded this institute in 1956 in Boston. And being Lithuanian, she was brought up with natural medicine, herbs and plants, how to heal herself. Came to America as a teenager as her parents moved here. And she was very sickly. And eventually, at 50 years old, by 1951, she was diagnosed with stage 4 colon cancer. And she went back to her roots and healed herself naturally. And that's how the Institute started in Boston. And it moved to Florida in 1986, and we opened here in 1987. And it's been amazing to be in Florida because we could be outdoors, we could move, we could build more. And we love Boston, but you know, the weather is better in Florida. So here's Ann Wigmore.
What life is all about is just the sharing. When you give, if you give anything at all of yourself or your knowledge or whatever you may have within you, then that is receiving really for yourself.
Ja, livet det handlar ju egentligen om att man ska dela med sig av sin kunskap och då får man ju också väldigt mycket tillbaks.
You see, we can't give anything and nobody can take anything away from us that belongs to us.
Därför att det är ju ingen som kan ta ifrån oss någonting som tillhör oss.
So I feel very grateful and I feel very appreciative that I had this opportunity and I really mean it. So I like to give somebody a hug, not your friend, but somebody that you perhaps do not have as a neighbor or your friend. Give each other a hug and then come and give me a few too.
Vi ska tacka Ann Wigmore for dette strålende budskab, hun kommer med til os. Hendes idéer kan redde en verden i dybeste nød, som er på vej nedover i alkoholisme, i kriminalitet, i sygdomme. Det som hun taler om, levende føde, det er det som kan redde os alle nationer og hele verden. Det påvirker mentaliteten. Vi kan ikke nok takke hende. Men nu skal vi ikke gå herfra bare og have fået noget i hænderne. Men vi har fået noget i hænderne, som vi skal arbejde med. Og gå herfra som helsens ambassadører og bringe dette budskab videre til alle vi møder.
So let me explain. So first we heard Ann Wigmore, and she was speaking in a conference in Stockholm, and that's why there was Swedish translation. And I met Ann Wigmore in 1976 the first time. She came to Stockholm to have lecture, and I'm from Sweden, and I ran a clinic in Sweden with Alma Nissen. Alma Nissen, she, long story short, she had rheumatoid arthritis, and by the time she was 50, she was so crippled that she woke up one morning and she lived on medication and all the wrong food and she could not open her jaw. Her jaw had totally calcified. So that morning was the change of her life. As she could not eat or drink or take her pills, she would sip water through her teeth, and she was lucky that a young couple had moved into the building. She lived in Copenhagen, Denmark, and they heard about Alma, and they had just become vegan. So they, you know, like you do too, probably buy every book under the sun that has to do with foods and vegetarian and veganism and raw food. And so they looked up, what do you do if you have rheumatoid arthritis? And it said, make juices, make broths, you know, stay out of dairy products, stay out of animal products overall. And so they brought her this. They brought her the juices so that she could sip them through her teeth. Before you know it, her jaw opened up. And slowly but surely, her whole body opened up. So she had this clinic for many years. So at 96, she passed. So imagine she lived that long. And I was 18, I came to her clinic to practice, and before you know it, I ran that whole place. I could not believe it. I became vegan at 15, and here I thought it's just because I was athletic, it's great if you're athletic. You have more energy, you don't have all that lactic acid, and of course I love to run. And it was just great. I thought, yeah, that's all there is. And here now, people would come in with severe arthritis, rheumatoid arthritis, osteoarthritis, some people in wheelchairs. A lot of people came in with asthma, so severe, they've been in and out of hospitals forever, and you know, so no way out of it. And they stayed for many months, because we were, you know, a place where you could stay many months. And suddenly, you know, as day goes by, people would walk and say, you know, I can walk today, or I can go up the stairs today. If I have asthma, it's very tough to go upstairs, especially if I've been on tons of medications and steroids and sprays. And so what happens is your body has a one-track mind. It wants to heal, and it knows how to heal, but it needs the tools. And the tools, of course, is always spiritual, physical, emotional. And so, you know, a lot of people become vegan, and they become very strict vegan, and they forget the spiritual, emotional part of it. And that has to be a huge part of your own healing. And so that's something that we really work with at the Institute, and hope everybody will understand how important that is. Hippocrates Health Institute has led in the development of life and dietary improvement in a clinical setting for more than half a century. Yes. And we have pictures of Ann Wigmore and me, that's 81. And Brian, of course, and Ann Wigmore. Brian's worked with Ann Wigmore since the 70s. They traveled a lot throughout India and Egypt and Europe, of course. And you know, he became director in 1980, and the Institute has really been able to evolve through these years. And little picture of our family, you know, we raised 4 children. We have now 4 grandkids, 1 coming soon. And, you know, to raise a child in a natural way, and to understand how probably your grandparents or great-grandparents treated colds and flus and infections, has been amazing. And you know, it's very simple methods. Of course, life, if I'm feeding my child right, if I make sure that this child is also exercising, but fun stuff, fun, you know, it's being out in nature more. Every child now that's brought up in the Western societies, America, you know, starts on computers very, very early. We sit in front of computers at 3 years old, and then it just goes on. And, you know, we don't really have much time to exercise. And exercise was kind of thrown out of college and on high schools and elementary. It was thrown out, and it's something you do on your own time, when it's so important to keep that and to have fun with that. So, but I think safety, for a child to be brought up in safety, is really one of the most important things in our life. And both Brian are lucky to have parents that gave that to us, and we feel that that's been a big part in our own work and with our children too, to create that. All right, so the immune system is the body's response against foreign invaders. It wants to recognize and get rid of alien substances, right? It knows this. It's very wide-ranging, specific system in deterring exactly what is foreign. It also has a memory. What we are exposed to starting at embryonic development will be imprinted into immune function throughout life. Although that last sentence is not all true. If I change lifestyle, I will change that cellular memory. So for example, I was brought up, my mother chain smoked, and I had no problem being around people that smoked. And of course, if there were more people smoking, I had no problem with that. Then I became vegan, and suddenly now my body said, no, that's not a safe place to be. And so you actually changed the memory. So if I never changed, I probably never would have been protected against pollution like that. Now you go into a supermarket and you smell the chemical aisles there. I can't even go buy them anymore. My body says, you know, this is far too much pollution. So, you know, and you talk about pollution, you know, a lot of people spray for bugs in your household, you know, all kinds of pesticides. just households. It looks so innocent. Now what they found, when kids are playing in these rooms where you sprayed, 47% greater risk for leukemia. Because as a child, you're developing and you're much, much more sensitive to these pollutions. And like 43% greater risk for lymphoma. So, you know, so it's not innocent what we do at home too. You know, we need to buy things that are bioavailable, that actually will create a safe household too. So don't keep anything at home that you could not eat. Actually, everything that you have for your household, for cleaning your laundry, everything, you should be able to eat. The main cells of the immune system are the white blood cells, lymphocytes. They detect and destroy invaders in various ways. This is how gorgeous they look when you see them under microscope. That I've looked at blood under microscope for more than 20 years. And they have the same size of a red blood cell, so they're very tiny. These are the T cells, and we'll learn about them. Mature T cells, CD8, CD4, are names of antibody characteristics of the cell. They will mediate responses that are directed against intracellular pathogens, which are things that happen in other cells or by other cells, like a virus, cancer cell, organ transplants, etc. These two cells get activated by a second molecule that prepares the cells to act, and that's interleukin. There is a conversation between white cells. It recognizes the invader, and it will reproduce quickly to make similar cells of T cell clones. CD4 cell is T cell helper cells. These are measures that we don't have on our normal blood test here at the Institute, but you know, any doctor could prescribe that for you if you needed to see. It activates the cell and it turns into a killer cell. It activates the CD8 cell. This cell will lead the lymph glands, lymph nodes, and any lymphoid tissue. It will find the attacking invader and kill it. Now we have 4 lymph glands. You have your tonsils, and you know, you either, like Brian's generation in America, most of the people don't have the tonsils anymore because it was something we didn't need, they thought. In Sweden, I got to keep mine. And they're major lymph or immune protection from anything that comes in through nostrils and oral. Then you have thymus. And an old doctor told me years ago, trying to see, right here, and you have your thymus by the breastbone here. And you should pat this every day. This older doctor, I was on a trip from California over here, and we talked about natural methods, and he was brought up with all the natural methods, studying also pharmacy, and which were all from herbs eventually. And, or I should say originally. And then through laboratory tests and changes, it became a synthetic medication. Well, the lymph, so you have 2 lymph glands, then you have the tonsils, you have the thymus, and then you have the spleen by the last rib on the left side, and you have appendix where small and large intestine meet. Now, so look at this scenario. You might not have appendix either, so you might have 2. You might have the thymus and the spleen. This is the perfect diet if you're lacking a few organs. If you're lacking your gallbladder, your tonsils, you name it, this is the diet for you, because this is the easiest diet to digest and metabolize for you. So then you have lymph nodes in your neck area, especially under the arms, and in the groin area, around the breast. You have it in the middle, under, on the sides. And it's very important to exercise, to walk brisk, stand on a trampoline if you can, and you pump that lymph, because lymph doesn't have a pump, like the heart is pumping your blood. It's really your diaphragm that works like a pump. So when you move, you know that this is lymph drainage. This is lymph drainage. Anything you can do, wiggle with your feet, that's lymph drainage. So sometimes when you can't do a lot, you might be in hospital or you're just not being able to move enough, then pump the lymph as much as you can. Antigens and antibody. Antigen molecules are substances that help to provoke an immune response from the body in a quest to protect you. These invaders could be pollen, gluten, lactose, etc. Antibodies are molecules that will neutralize an antigen. T cells, okay, those are the tiniest lymphocytes, are made in bone marrow from stem cells. They become mature in the thymus gland. They live and become adults there. So they come immature, and that's why the thymus gland is so important. You know, in the old days, they thought, well, we only need the thymus gland when you are in puberty, you become man or woman, and it was really important for the hormonal changes then. And then we thought, well, it wasn't needed after that. And then, boy, then we realized this is where the T cells and B cells become mature. And it is amazing the education that they get and how different they work. And the intelligence is amazing, impeccable. B cells mature in bone marrow and migrate out in the immune system when they are called for. T cells have antigen receptors that have developed on the surface of their T cells are activated by T cell recognition of the antigen. All receptors are unique, and there are millions of different kinds. How does the immune system interact? Well, it's very similar to gene shuffling. We have recognition proteins that are shuffling and recombine in millions of forms. We get this unique recognition molecule that waits for other proteins coming into the body and reacts to them. Africans who've maintained foundational anatomies are capable of altering genes at higher levels than Europeans. If we have foundational anatomies, if we have a much better lifestyle with exercise, with diets, you know, we can shuffle genes higher. Europeans, we screwed up much longer. We had much fancier food and much more processed food, thinking that was fancy somehow. The less processed a food is, if you buy something from now on and it has many, many, many ingredients, the list goes on and on and on, and you don't know what they're talking about. Please don't buy that again, because you know that will just be toxic and enormous burden on your body. The fewer ingredients, the better that food is for you. Helper cells, okay, produce interleukin. That's the activator. It takes time to reproduce cells. So if you have measles, the virus reproduces, but you will overcome it as you're making more white blood cells. So you feel sick for a few days until you destroy the infection. Once you've been through this process, they become memory cells. Antibodies stored, so you will kill the measles virus next time in no time. So you know with yourself, if you had chicken pox as a child, now you have the antibodies stored for life. And if your kids have chicken pox, you don't have to worry. You're not going to get chicken pox from them because you have the immune for that. You store that antibody forever. So it's very important for a child to be exposed to certain infections, because with antibodies stored, you have a stronger immune system. Any fight that you've been fighting, any cold that you've had and you've overcome, you have a stronger immune system. Remember that. So a lot of kids now don't have much protection from antibiotic anymore because they've had so much at very young age. They've had so much of antibiotic for every little thing, every ear infection, that medically we're starting to see these infections now are becoming resistant. They outsmart us. And that happens with a lot of infections. So we need to get into a lifestyle again that will make our kids strong. And what we're seeing now, because I can tell you the last 10 years or last 15 years, we have seen how the age of diseases from Crohn's, colitis, cancer, arthritis, asthma have dropped so much to much lower ages, and about 10, 15 years of decrease so in age. So for example, let's say Crohn's colitis that I have seen so many people through the years of the Institute and in Sweden, used to be between 20, 30 years old, and now you're talking 10, 15. So it really, really moved down, same with most problems. So it took 3 generations just about to really mess up on our immune system, and it will take 3 generations to improve it and get back in shape. So the sooner we start, the better. The sooner we really educate ourselves about what we need to do, and not only protect ourselves and our family, but protect the whole environment too. Killer cells recognize the virus or the cell where it's living. They have to touch the invader, it's called kiss of death. This will release interferon with the killing mechanism. They eat their way into the virus-affected cell, and the virus only has DNA, and it needs the cell to use its energy and chemicals to replicate. The interferon destroys the system of the invader. They also secrete gamma interferon molecules and macrophage to clean up foreign debris called monocytes, eosinophil, basophil, neutrophil. So these are the biggest scavengers are neutrophil. So these are the white blood cell. Normally, if you look in a blood test, they are 60% of your white blood cells. So you have a total white blood count that normally, and this is international, it lies between 4.5, 7.5. And then you have neutrophil, they lie around 60%. So these are the scavengers. They make sure your plasma is always clean, that your red blood cell doesn't have invader. Because if a red blood cell, let's say you're a little low in iron or you're lacking B12 and it's weakened by that, and now all kinds of parasites and other infections could get in, and it's just magic to look and see a neutrophil, or granulocytes it's called in a lot of tests too, is getting rid of this infection into the red blood cell. And you know, you have trillions of red blood cells to millions of white. So you can imagine how busy they are at certain times of the year when there are infections going around. And infections, to really be able to fight it, you need to have also a storage of nutrition. So the better I eat, the better I take care of myself, and even supplementation of algae and B12, daily use of algae and B12 is amazing. And you know, we definitely believe in supplementation here as a part of nourishing ourselves, as our soil. Until our soil is absolutely perfect and we can grow plants that have all the nourishment, there is also great use of supplementation that has to come from plants. So remember that. If it's synthetic, your immune system will attack it. It will be an invader. If it's synthetic, it does not have electricity. It is an enemy. And so that's something to really remember. And it's, you know, it should encourage us to eat more raw food, and hopefully as much as you can. And a lot of times in our life, we eat only raw food. We eat only raw food, and we stay out of sugar, as sugar would feed a fungus, infection, parasites, cancer, you name it.
Hippocrates Wellness, plant-based nutrition and wellness program.
And you know, there's a lot of fungus in our body, and a lot of it protects ourselves too. If you look at what fungus, but 80% of the fungus is actually in our feet, especially in our heels, and sometimes it goes systemic. You know, sometimes we have Candida albicans that went systemic, and because of all the sugar, all the dairy, all the fruits, all the processed sugar, sodas, you name it, and imbalance in our body. So then we stay totally out of even fruit, all forms of sugar. Then you have eosinophil and basophil. They work together with yeast parasites and allergies. They only get 3%. And basophil makes histamine, so it will kick out an allergy. So if I eat, let's say I'm gluten intolerant and I want to have that white bread, that white pasta, I'm going to stress these guys because they have very small amount. Monocytes are the ones that work on any inflammation, any infection, and they normally only get 4%. Now, if you look at a blood test, if you have an infection, you actually can see the difference. Just a short story. Our son was about 3 years old. We're swimming in a lake in northern Sweden, and I could see some white fuzzy stuff on the side of the lake. But my brother's 3 boys were swimming, and you know, at that age, you swim more under the water than over the water. So you're under, and you're actually taking it in through your nose, and there was bacteria, which I didn't know. Never even thought of bacteria in a lake. Well, so we came home the day after, and then I was driving here to the institute, and he was sitting in the baby seat, and I suddenly saw this big lump on his neck. And I thought, what is going on? And I drove down to a doctor that we have worked with in the past, and I said, I need a blood test now. I need to see what's going on. And then his white blood count, that normally, you know, should not be over 7.5, was like 14. If it's that high, it usually has to do with a bacteria, unless it's something more serious and chronic that stayed in high numbers. Well, and his neutrophils, when they are over 60%, they were nearly 80%. They are fighting a bacteria. So that just told me right away, he has a bacterial infection. That's what this is. And we worked with acupuncture, with all the medicines, natural medicines we have, and Chinese medicine. 2 weeks later, perfectly fine. I called my brother and I said, what's going on? Do you have a problem? He says, oh yeah, my 3 boys, they're sick, they're sicker than sick. They've been on heavy-duty antibiotic, and they're really, really not doing well. And, you know, so now when you're in the lake, you better hold your head up. You better not dip your head under the water, because unfortunately, we've been polluting our lakes so much that fish is eating pollution. So if you wanted to eat fish, you're eating pure pollution, not only mercury like everybody hears about, so many other things, because they actually eat medications. Antidepressants is found big time, steroids, antibiotics, you know, and it has a big effect on our immune system. So let those fish swim there. Let the lakes take care of themselves. And we really need to be so much more aware of what we pour into our lakes. When the B cells are matured in the thymus and are in circulation, they are directed against extracellular pathogens, especially bacteria. They look around for invaders in lymph glands. They are activated by interleukin. They change into plasma cell. They secrete antibodies that will attack the foreign antigen, attach to the cell, and destroy it. They will supply millions of molecules per cell per second. It could take more than a week to get well from microbial infections. Because of memory B cells, the next time we'll get rid of it very fast. There are very specific antibodies for each antigen. So similar to the T cell, the B cell works like that. Viruses need to replicate inside a cell, Extracellular infection like malaria virus replicate inside red blood cells. Streptococcus infection or staph kill cells and create pus made of white cells and dead cells and work in tissues. Antibodies can stop the viral entry into cells and activate other white blood cells like the neutrophils, the eosinophil, and so on. They coat the infection with something that attracts them. So actually, your lymphocyte sends chemical messengers to the other white blood cells to clean up. And that is a constant communication. Natural killer cells recognize and kill a wide range of invaders. It has to do with antigens that are on the surface of every cell in your body except red blood cells, of course. Unique glycol proteins are recognized as good. If it doesn't have this, it will kill it. They are very important. You find them in places where any foreign antigen can invade, such as the respiratory tract, gastrointestinal tract, your skin, and urinary tract. They will attack a transplant. And that's why we suppress the immune system with chemicals. So if I had a liver transplant, kidney transplant, of course, I would have to suppress my immune system. Because remember, in the beginning, very beginning, when the first heart transplant was made, that person did not last long because your immune system would look at that new heart and say, who are you? You know, I don't know you, I'll destroy you. So of course, the immune system had to be sidetracked. Now, what if I put a breast implant? So a lot of women, especially after mastectomy, have extenders put in right as the surgery is done, and then after a while they can put implants in. Well, these implants will leak slowly but surely because what happens is there is a silicone cover. And nowadays, most women don't use silicone implants, but they have saline implants. Well, still, there are so many chemicals in these implants. You know, it's anything from benzene, tons of different alcohols, and it's just a whole list of horrible chemicals. Even ink is in there. So when it starts leaking, this comes out in your system, and your white blood cell eats it, thinking, you know, it's a normal thing. I just got to get rid of it. And they then carry it all around my body. So a good friend of ours took them out after 7 years. They're supposed to last forever. And when she took them out, they were erupted. They had opened, and she ended up taking all of it out. And actually the surgeon said, look at my calluses. This is what happened as I took all the silicone out. She had silicone, because now a lot of women do saline. It doesn't matter, really. There are so many chemicals, and you have to realize your body has a one-track mind. It will attack these until they start leaking. So there are other methods now, and hopefully they will be approved, and that's where you take fat from the body, and they spin it, and they separate the fat and the stem cells, and then they put it in as an implant. And your body knows this. It came from you. It will not attack it. It will be fine. So hopefully this is something that we'll see women be able to do. I know right now we can take fat and put in, but your body will eat that up eventually. But if you had separation of stem cells and fat, it will last forever. So, you know, remember that. It's all about the electricity. It's all about knowing what is good. And your immune system knows what's good and what's not. We have other defenses that are not as specific, like the skin, a waterproof barrier that can prevent the entry of viruses, bacteria, parasites, and chemicals. The respiratory tract, the lining of our nose, and the lining of the intestine can block entry. Inflammation. So what's inflammation? Well, it is increased blood flow with swelling from edema, heat, and pain. And it's an attempt to restore homeostasis, the balance. The tissues in our body perform many roles in doing so, like protection, support, filtration, absorption, secretion, movement, transportation, and defense against disease. So when cells are injured, they set off an inflammatory response process. Generally, within an hour after the inflammation process begins, white blood cells, like neutrophils and monocytes, will destroy the microbes. This is to destroy and neutralize toxic agents and to stop them from spreading. Healing processes of all types place a great demand on the body's storage of nutrients that are used during the white blood cell attack. So the red blood cells are the carrier of the nutrients and the oxygen, and the red blood cell feeds the white blood cell. So the stronger blood count I have, where my hemoglobin is very strong, the stronger immune system I'm going to have. So let's say that I've had a lot of medical treatments and they've been tough on my cells. The first thing I need to do is to build my blood count up again. And that's where also supplementation comes in. And wheatgrass juice is an enormous blood builder for you. Mercury is the most deadly of all toxic metals. It accumulates in our brain, heart, kidneys, and endocrine glands. This can result in memory loss, anemia, heart and liver concerns, and it can melt myelin sheets off the nerves. And look at this. A silver filling is 50% mercury, and the EPA found that one filling is enough to close a 10-acre lake if it was there. Mercury filling started in the early 1800s, and the few dentists that used it were called quacks. Mercury in German is quacksilver. Now dentists that take it out are called quacks. It's found in adhesive, air conditioning, fabric softener, floor wax, cosmetics, seafood, laxative, tattoos. A long time, the hat maker who used felt with mercury slowly went insane. That's the Mad Hatter. And so imagine all the mercury amalgam that a lot of us had or have, and you took one of those filling and put it in a 10-acre lake, and they would have to close it. And we walked around with that. So hopefully now, as time goes, if you have fillings still with mercury, slowly but surely change them out to better components. Like there's porcelain, there's all kinds of new components that is coming out that would be so much better for your immune system. Lead, and of course there's lead-free paint that we use here at the Institute, and chemical-free paints now that you could choose. Insecticides, pottery, toothpaste, plastic, gasoline, batteries, newspaper, canned food, chocolate. Chocolate, okay. Accumulates in the brain, liver, bones, kidney, and spleen. It can alter behavior and intelligence. Nickel can be found in stainless steel, cutlery, pots and pans, and dental filling. It accumulates in bone, kidney, sinus, brain, and the immune system. And chronic nickel toxicity could lead to skin condition. Arsenic is in cigarette smoke, laundry detergent, beer, seafood, drinking water, wine, clothes, wallpaper. It accumulates in the liver, kidney, and lungs. Cadmium is found in soft drinks, pesticides, fungicides, plastics, rust-proofing, rubber. Of course, the biggest one is cigarette smoke. Water softener accumulates in the kidney, prostate, and eyes. Uranium can cause cancer and birth defects. Since Hiroshima, Chernobyl, and now recently Japan, this toxic radioactive dust ends up in all of us since we all share one atmosphere. As the number of X-rays, though, and CAT scans performed on people have soared, the imaging tests are now responsible for about 50% of the radiation North Americans are exposed to, up from 15% in 1980. And now, since Chernobyl, Chernobyl was in Russia, now it's Ukraine. Well, Germany finds, they've been testing boars, you know, they're big pigs, wild pigs, boars, and they are so radioactive. And these are years and years after Chernobyl happened. So, you know, it's just to show what else could be radioactive. That's the only one that was tested, you know. Aluminum is used in water filtering. Flocculation is a way to remove dirt. So put it all together, easy to remove. Which, when it does this to our blood, it can cause stroke, heart attacks, as it tries to remove our white and red blood cell. It accumulates in our bones, kidney, and breast, and it causes anemia. It's found in deodorants that glue our sweat glands, so toxin cannot get out. That could lead to breast cancer. Aluminum in pots and pans and foil can cause Alzheimer too, of course, a lot of things, and we get to that. But that deodorants, I think if a business tells you that this deodorant is good for 24 hours, I don't think it's a good choice, because you definitely need to be able to perspire. This is the most important, and this is where we can learn also how to detoxify. Toxic man-made elements are very difficult to get rid of because they become parts of our body at a cellular level. They look like familiar minerals, so the body tries to use them like a nutritional element. Mercury looks like selenium. So what if I'm really lacking selenium? I'll invite mercury. Lead looks like calcium. Cadmium looks like zinc. Aluminum, nickel, and uranium looks like magnesium. But you can also see that magnesium, if I do have aluminum poisoning, that would be good. If I have a lot of cadmium, zinc would be good. If there's a lot of lead, calcium would be good. And mercury, selenium would help me. Toxic clothes. 8 out of 10 common baby products contain flame retardant chemicals that could cause cancer and brain damage. So we wrote a book called Killer Clothes, Brian and I, and we go through, you know, the history of clothes, and of course it was all natural until in the 1950s, nylon and polyester came in, and then it just became household stuff. You didn't need to iron anymore. It was like, yay! we pay a big price. So when we put little ones, especially that are still growing, you know, remember they are the most sensitive, and they are the ones that we put in flame retardant pajamas, especially. But the other day I was shopping for one of our grandkids, and there was hardly anything that did not have flame retardant, especially the little babies, 1 or 2 year olds. So there's a test in that Killer Clothes book where kids were put in flame retardant pajamas, slept in it. The next morning the urine was tested and it was in their urine. So, you know, we got to be really careful, especially you want to do organic clothes for them, big time. Now, United States specifies the most infant vaccines in the world.
Hippocrates Wellness, plant-based nutrition and wellness program.
And here's a lucky guy. This is his pictures. A sperm entering ovum. And you've seen his picture because he followed the egg and the sperm for 9 months inside this woman's body. And here is an 18-week-old fetus and placenta. And science now, of course, have come so far to learn where we're at every week of the time we're in the ovum. And, you know, we're hearing things, we're feeling things, we're smelling things. And so, of course, whatever our mother have gone through, we are accustomed to it. By the time we're born, we're like, okay, I like that food. My mom ate that. So I ate a lot of garlic. that helped, you know, not a ton, but I ate, you know, and onions and of course ginger, and getting my children used to these flavors, because in Sweden, my mom for sure never ate those things. It doesn't hardly exist in Swedish cooking. So is cancer a genetic disease? Less than 5% are inherited. It's a genetic damage that occurs in our body cells rather than in our germ cells. DNA is a mutable molecule, right? If DNA was made of steel, it could not change. But it's a fragile molecule. It's easy to damage, easy to change. And it was done that way so natural selection could occur, so we could evolve. Cancer results directly from changes in the DNA. 80% or more of all cancers are environmentally caused. Industrial, agricultural, chemicals are the leading cause of many cancers. Ionizing radiation, magnification of sun UVA and UVB rays is another source of injury to our DNA. Sexually transmitted viruses cause cervical cancer, and many authorities now believe they are linked to a wide range of other forms of cancers. These environmental carcinogens are the ones we can prevent, like smoking, insecticides, pesticides, industrial chemicals, things we brought on ourselves. Like I just told you about kids that are growing up and we spraying bug sprays in our house, and big part of kids getting cancer. And of course, living close to a farm where pesticides, fungicides are sprayed constantly is a huge source of cancer too. They found that when they tested workers that are using genetic manipulated grains and beans and so on, it's the foods also could be a cause. These foods, because they're changed, the DNA can be changed with these foods. Common to all cancer is that cancer is a failure of the stem cells to differentiate. Cancer does not start in mature cells. A fully mature cell can only be that cell or die. It cannot become a cancer cell. Most cells only replicate 34, 50 times in their lifetime. The usual route of travel for cancer is to the bone, brain, and vital organ like the lung and liver. Okay. How do these cells get injured? There are 3 categories of carcinogen in our environment, and they can harm our somatic cells: chemical, biological, and physical carcinogen. So chemical carcinogen include chloride, insecticides, and pesticides. Thousands of chemicals can prevent us from replicating our DNA properly. Stem cells are now dividing, and it wants to line up the same DNA. The chemical molecule locks onto the DNA and stays there. Mutation has occurred there, and when the DNA unzips and tries to replicate, it cannot read it. So it will be wrong and leave errors in the DNA. Therefore, when the cells replicate, it will repeat the error over and over again until you change lifestyle. When you change lifestyle and you bring in foods that will nourish your immune system, you are also capable of changing DNA. You are also able to change genome. And biological carcinogens like viruses and bacteria like H. pylori, herpes virus, etc., stimulate the rapid production of repair cells in the stomach and other organs, which can cause cancer. Viruses come in DNA or RNA retroviruses. DNA viruses, Hep B, HPV, are common viruses. DNA viruses have a gene that tells its machinery to replicate very fast. It gets into your cells, replicates, and then the immune response will kill it. Yet, it has a gene that gets left behind that sparks replication and cancer. RNA viruses like HIV have already invaded a cell that has cancer. They successfully replicate and pick up that gene. The cancer cell then tells it to replicate fast and take it into their genome. Then they move on and drop it onto another cell. They actually hitchhike. Physical carcinogen, such as radiation, ultraviolet light, are energy disruptors and cause disruptions or a break in the DNA photon frequency. It splits the DNA, and asbestos is like placing a spear into the cells. Let's talk about men and eating fish. Men and eating a lot of fish with high levels of omega-3 were more than twice as likely to develop aggressive prostate cancer as those consuming small amounts to none. Prostate cancer is the second leading cancer in men after lung cancer. So that hopefully tells you enough about fish and the omega-3. Omega-3 you can get from natural sources like chia seeds, of course all the nuts, the hemp seeds, the flax seeds, and beans, sprouts, avocados, you name it. Now then comes alcohol, and we've kind of been talked into drinking the wine, a lot of people were not talked into. They wanted to drink it, and they wanted to find the reason good enough. Well, so then they found that resveratrol, that was supposed to be so good for high cholesterol, high blood pressure, you name it, cardiovascular problem, then they found it didn't do anything. Okay, so then they had to find other reasons for it to be good, and it keeps coming. Well, the deal with alcohol and cancer, 1 drink per day is increasing the risk of cancer with 10%, 2-3 drinks by 30%. And acrylamides are natural occurring chemicals derived when cooking food. Even organic plant-based foods have these compounds, acrylamide, okay? They have been internationally established as carcinogen. This new scientific understanding bolsters once again the inherent need we have to consume most, if not all, of our diet raw. Stockholm University pioneered this research at the turn of the new millennium. Okay, more about alcohol. 3-4 alcoholic beverage per week increase the risk of breast cancer by 34%. And in the women who develop breast cancer and continue to drink, there is a 51% increase in mortality. So we have two systems. The parasympathetic reacts to daily life, and the sympathetic reacts to emergencies. The sympathetic should only be used for a very short time. But if we have chronic stress, we will have long-term effects like constipation, insomnia, libido problem, natural elimination, and it thickens our blood. And, so that chronic stress, it puts us in the fight or flight. So it actually tells our brain that should we run or should we fight? And we're constantly in that process. And that is so stressful because that should only be a very short time. And there's endless of stories how strong people have been when they needed to be that strong. And, I never forget, there was one of the TV shows, this lady was talking about what happened in the old days when she drove into the gas station. You had to go in and pay. Well, as she's leaving her car, she sees a big American car on the left side here, and there was a guy, and he was holding the car up to be able to go under or to change a tire. She just kind of saw it quickly. She walks in, and when she comes out, the car is flat on the ground, and she hears this voice under it, and somehow, and she is not a big woman. She's like 90 pounds, 5'2". She goes and the guy was sitting right in the TV show beside her, and he said, she picked it up and I could crawl out of there. So she saved his life. But where did she get that from? So when we have that fight or flight response, we make adrenaline, cortisol, and cholesterol. And that could save your life in the time you need it, and it could destroy your life if you're in constant stress, in chronic stress, imagine. So, you actually, the things, let's say that we were fighting a tiger, and our blood actually thickens, so you will have thicker blood. Because that tiger could rip me, and I would bleed to death, so my blood has to thicken. It happens. I'm sure not going to run to the bathroom, so constipation happens. And forget intimacy, forget sex. I'm going to fight the tiger, so my libido is down the drain. And I'm sure not going to go to sleep because I'm in that chronic stress. So all of that happens. Now we get to sugar and what it does. A tumor is like a car, a gas-guzzling Hummer with a stuck accelerator and no brakes. And it's the insulin that keeps the gas tank full. And how do I lower my insulin so that I have a good blood sugar balance? Because blood sugar, glucose, is the energy for every cell in your body. Well, I want to have a good balance. I can't eat all the processed sugar that I ate. And if I have cancer, I'm going to keep that gas tank full if I eat sugar. Because I keep making a lot of insulin to absorb the sugar that I ate. And you know, we have a certain amount of sugar that we can absorb into the cell, and the rest we store for a rainy day. And we have two kinds of fat. We have the white fat in our body that fuels your muscles, the white fat, but it also makes us chubby. And that has a lot of that sugar that we didn't absorb, that we stored for a rainy day. And then you have the brown fat that helps every part of your body. And you see babies, you know, how can they take cold air, or they can be in a cold climate, and you wonder how do they survive that? And they hardly want anything on, but well, they have a lot of that brown fat that's so healthy. And so science is trying to make more brown fat in our body and less of the white fat, and diet and lifestyle exercise has a lot to do with that. So then there's type 1 diabetes. That's when the body cannot produce enough. Then there is diabetes type 2 when it's inadequate. We don't, you know, we eat sugar, we don't have enough insulin. But then comes diabetes type 3. And that's the insulin that's made in your brain. And if my sugar intake and my alcohol intake is crazy, then I'm going to deplete not only the insulin slowly but surely in my pancreas, I'm going to decrease the insulin in my brain. And memory loss, dementia, Alzheimer, Parkinson, even Huntington could happen from this reason. So there's a lot of research being done about the brain function now. And then comes gluten. And this I learned from a Munich hospital probably 40 years ago. And it said that gluten, which breaks down into sugar, when fed to babies 4 months and younger, was shown to create 4 times more type 1 diabetes in the children that consumed this unhealthy food. When infants were breastfed and not giving food as normal, they did not contract type 1 diabetes at any significant level. So imagine that. So if we were fed gluten, and in Sweden my mom was told not to nurse, so we have a funny mix of dairy and white flour, and it's called velling. And I just got an email from a guest in Sweden who said that she was told to make velling to her newborn because she can't nurse. And I said, you must be kidding. This still exists. It should have been thrown out with garbage. Well, anyway, you actually heated up milk and you whipped in white flour. And so now you have lactose and gluten, the two big ones that we definitely don't want if we want to keep our kids healthy. You know, both these are heavy-duty allergens for most kids. So I was brought up on that, and so many kids were. And gluten could have been in other things and other formulas that kids were given. And so please take any gluten out of formula if that's what you need to do. Raw goat's milk would be the best substitute for mother's milk. Of course, there is nothing as good as mother's milk because it has the antibody from the mother to protect your infant. Okay, so let's say that now I've been told that I have gallstones and I need a surgery. Okay, if I can change lifestyle and stop eating high cholesterol foods. Your liver makes cholesterol, you know. And stones in the gallbladder, your gallbladder is right below the liver. And it's like avocado pocket size. And it stores bile. So you make a quart of bile every day. The liver makes it, stores it in the gallbladder. Then you have bile ducts going into the small intestine. And that's where you digest fat and cholesterol, among other things. But it needs bile. So when I take a gallbladder out, I don't have the faucet because normally what happens, let's say I ate a big meal or I have nuts or I have avocado, I need a big bunch of bile to digest that. Especially, of course, if I was eating meat and I would eat dairy and cheeses and eggs, I would need loads of it. Well, now it's going to drip. If I don't have the gallbladder, it will just drip, drip, drip. If I had the pouch, now I could give a bunch of it, be able to digest it, and what I didn't use, it actually are stored again. So it's just like a pouch that stores. So I don't have that. Now cardiovascular problem goes up sky high because most of the time you think, I can eat anything. I'm not going to make stones again. I don't have this problem. Now you have to eat even purer than you ever thought because you don't have this. So let's show you how much more it does. So the stomach secretes hydrochloric acid to digest the foods we eat, and it has a mucus layer to protect itself. The small and large intestine doesn't have it. They need bile, as bile is alkaline. The acid will be neutralized. If we have gallstones, the acids are not fully neutralized. That can cause acid burns along the intestine, causing indigestion, heartburns, and ulcers, etc. So what if I have heartburns and I just take acid reflux medication, over the counter, and it feels okay, I can manage, and I didn't change lifestyle. Slowly but surely, more serious problems can happen because I didn't get the message. The message was, we have a problem. We're not digesting well. And bile also balances the immune system, as over half your immune system is in your gut. There are millions of infectious bacteria, parasites, and fungi. Since we are constantly fighting these microbes, they can become overly aggressive and actually start to attack our own tissue, like an autoimmune disorder. So we want to keep our gallbladder if we can, and change lifestyle. Thyroid, as the thyroid sits here on your neck like a butterfly, and it is so important for oxygen uptake, metabolic growth rate, maintenance of body temperature, intercellular synthesis of protein, lipid and cholesterol breakdown inside the cells. A healthy thyroid is soft and flat, and you cannot feel it. The thyroid regulates the rate, the function, and the intensity of metabolic processes. And it is an iodine-based chemistry. And there are places in the world where there is not enough iodine in the diet. Selenium is also an essential nutrient that determines the shape, size, functionality, and capacity of the thyroid function. And the thyroid gland is very sensitive to radiation. So when you walk around with your phone on the ear, thyroid is right here, you're really hurting your thyroid. So no more phones here. You will have to put the phone on the speakerphone and go out somewhere where you can. And, you know, it's really, really important. I did an interview with Dr. Hardell. He's a Swedish physician that really is the one that studied the effects of cell phones and cordless phones for the last 20 years. And he is so clear, a lot of glioblastoma, brain cancers, have come from the cell phones and cordless phones. So I know we all live with cell phones, we all live with cordless phones. If you can, though, get a phone that has a cord. That is actually better for you. Follicles produce thyroid hormone. Some will get into the bloodstream as free T3 and free T4 with a little T7, and some will get back to the pituitary, signaling it to turn off hormone release. So, you know, the thyroid works with the pituitary gland in the brain, and it makes the TSH, which is the thyroid stimulating hormone. The body readily traps the iodine in the thyroid, then it synthesizes thyroid globulin from the amino acids, puts together the needed protein and iodine, and stores it in the follicle until it's needed, up to 3 months. T4 is secreted in larger quantity than T3, but since T3 is more potent, they are balanced. T4 is also converted to T3. So a lot of times we are on medication just making T4 and expecting it to convert to T3, and a lot of times that's not balanced enough. And they are biological ways to work with your thyroid. Of course, as it's metabolizing, especially protein, the proteins that I choose has a great importance. So when I go totally vegan, I'm going to help my thyroid with that. A parathyroid is totally unrelated to the thyroid, right? It's called a parathyroid simply because it's situated parallel to the thyroid lobes, and you have 4, so it's 4 lobes. Parathyroid hormone increases the osteoclast to absorb calcium into the bones. There's no doubt that negative emotions play a central role in causing physical disease. Millennia ago, Asian physicians addressed this in their health system. And they found that liver had to do with anger. And they also found that this very much had to do with, so you would say, why would I store anger? You know, and especially if it could cause me problems. Well, subconsciously, you know, if you have a thought more than 33 seconds is yours, and you know when something great happened, it's gone.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to Hippocrates. And if you're coming back from a past visit, welcome back. And this morning, we're going to get into internal awareness, because we're all pretty aware of our external bodies and the things we can do for it, like wash ourselves and use exfoliators and moisturizers and all these nice things for our external bodies. But we don't always know the best ways to take care of our internal bodies, the best ways to keep that working optimally, and the best ways to keep that clean. And we're going to get into that this morning. And before we do, I want to tell you a little bit about myself and how I found Hippocrates. And, you know, I grew up in Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love. And as some of you are familiar with Philadelphia, it's known for certain foods there. It's known for things like the cheesesteak sandwich and hoagie sandwiches and soft pretzels and Breyer's ice cream and all these things that may taste good to us but aren't exactly good for us. So I grew up on that standard American diet, or that SAD diet, or in my case it was the very sad diet. And I thought I had all the food groups covered. I had the fat, the salt, the sugar, but not much in the way of nutrition. And you know, I was also quite athletic back then too. I actually played basketball to the collegiate level, and you know, with that level of athleticism, I had a little feelings of invincibility, that I could pretty much do whatever I want, eat whatever I want with no consequences. So in my late 20s, I started not feeling great. My energy wasn't great. So I went to my doctor to figure out what was going on, and he ran some blood tests. He did a physical. He said, "You're a little anemic. Take some iron tablets. You're on your way." And I said, "Okay." And I still wasn't feeling great. And I still went down that pathway, and I started to have these things called night sweats, and I started to have discomfort, and that discomfort turned into pain, and the pain got to be such where I actually went to the emergency room because I wanted to figure out what was going on, and they ran many, many tests, and with one of their tests they ran a x-ray, and it saw a mass in my chest region, and as they did more and more tests, they found out that it was actually cancer, and at that point, stage 4 lymphoma. And like I said, I didn't know much about nutrition, and I didn't know much about integrative medicine back then, so I did do some chemotherapy, did about 6 months worth, and after that experience, it landed me in the hospital for about a week with a highly compromised immune system. I was getting sick with all types of viruses. I had electrolyte imbalances. My memory was shot from what's called chemo brain, had a hard time remembering my own phone number, let alone anything else. And with it, I learned statistically I had less than 40% chance of living 5 years. So I knew I had to start taking my health into my own hands. I started to do a tremendous amount of research and started reading books and scouring the internet on health and nutrition and cancer. Started meeting with registered dietitians and other integrative and naturopathic physicians. And as I continued down that pathway, I started to do lots of seminars and workshops on health and nutrition. And in Philadelphia, there was a weekend seminar teaching how to do raw and living foods. And the keynote speaker was Brian Clement, our director here. And what he said really made a lot of sense to me, that we've had lots of people that have done well with the program in the past, a lot of good science behind it. And I started to introduce those foods into my life back then. And I started to feel better. And I started to get my energy back. And my memory started to come back. And weight started to come off my body I didn't need. I lost some 50 pounds over time. And as I did better and better, I came here as a guest myself. And then later I did the Health Educator program, which is the program for 9 weeks. It gets a bit more in depth with the lifestyle and other integrative therapies. And I actually quit my job to actually do that program because I knew it was something that I needed to do in my life so I could help other people. And fast forward 15 years later, fully recovered from stage 4 cancer, and I can tell you without having changed my lifestyle, most likely I wouldn't have the opportunity of speaking today. So it's helped me tremendously, and working here as a nurse for almost 6 years has been very rewarding because I get to see people from all over the world, and as they are consistent with the lifestyle, I see them do very well with whatever health goals they have. And like we said though this morning, we're going to get into internal awareness. And we're going to talk a bit about that digestive system and ways we can help it, ways we can keep it clean and working optimally. You're also going to get a tour of the wheatgrass juice bar, and that wheatgrass is a true superfood, very high in chlorophyll and phytonutrients. And those phytonutrients are really some of the true healers of disorders. You're going to learn what we offer in the way of fitness, and then a little later you're going to have lunch. So the body seeks perfection, but the body is perfection. It's always working on balance, or what's called homeostasis. It wants that optimal health. It wants that optimal weight. It's going to work for that. Now, sometimes though, we're going to have events in our life where we're going to have parties, and we're going to have graduations, and we're going to have things like Thanksgiving and all these nice things that we do to celebrate. And we may overindulge a little bit more than we normally would. And when we start to get into that overindulgence, our gastrointestinal system can't always keep up with that burden. And that's where we get into what I call use, abuse, and misuse. But when we start to get into abuse over long periods of time, we're going to run into what I call internal trouble. And if we go down that pathway of internal trouble, well, there's one thing that we need to realize. A poor gastrointestinal system can equal up to 80% of all ailments, because in large part these are temporary disorders When you start giving the body what it needs, you can allow those natural healing processes to take over to allow the body to recover. And water is critically important with that. No shortage of water here at Hippocrates, very pure water as well. And that water is going to help you flush out different toxins and impurities that you may encounter in the environment. And when you're looking at our bodies are mostly water, roughly about 70% water there. And then when you're looking at systems of our bodies, like our lymphatic system, that's 90% water there. And that's basically the system that's keeping us alive. It's protecting us from the bacteria, the viruses, the cancer cells. So that's not a system that we want to compromise. And then when we're looking at things like our blood, that's 90% water there as well. And that's carrying all the nutrients to 100 trillion cells. It's carrying all the oxygen to our cells and organs to keep us alive as well. And then even the organs, tissue, 70, 90 there. Even the bones are 20% water. And bones with conditions like osteopenia, osteoporosis, weight resistance, weightlifting, critically important to support that. And then other nutrients such as vitamin D, calcium, strontium, silica, all these nice bone builders. Now, what if we're without water as little as 3 days? Well, that could be fatal. And many of you might have heard that old saying, well, you know, I need 8 cups of water a day is all I need is 8 cups. But let's take the Olympics, for example, and say we have a gymnast that's, say, maybe 90 pounds, and then we have a big shot putter that's 300 pounds. Are they both going to need the same amount of water? Not a chance. What we recommend, and the National Institute of Health recommends, is half your body weight in fluid ounces per day. So you take your body weight, cut it in half, that's how much fluid we're talking about. Now, if you're doing some of those saunas to help detoxify like T talked about, or perhaps you're going to be working out more here at Hippocrates, and here in South Florida can get pretty hot, you're going to need even more than half your body weight in fluid ounces to help with that hydration. Now, that water, like we talked about, it's transporting those nutrients to 100 trillion cells in the body. And when we're staying dehydrated, toxins can start to build up in our system. So we want to keep well hydrated so we can help with that cleansing process. Now, what accounts for half your body weight in fluid ounces? It's going to be all those different fluids you get here. It's going to be the green juices, the wheatgrass, the blue-green algae, the lemon water, all these different fluids, half your body weight in fluid ounces. We love enzymes here at Hippocrates, and what are enzymes? Enzymes are basically parts of protein with the ability to do work, and in this case that work is to help to break down and liquefy your nutrients for greater absorption of those nutrients. And some of you might have heard of this old saying, you are what you eat, you are what you eat. But really you are what you absorb. And absorption at the cellular level is what we're working on here at Hippocrates. And it all has to start here in the mouth. We need to chew our foods very well, take our time, relax. And as we're chewing our foods, we're bringing in saliva that has an enzyme called amylase. It's helping to break down your carbohydrates and starches to simple sugars. The idea is to liquefy our foods in our mouth. So what that means is chewing minimally 30 times per mouthful of food. Because unfortunately, we have no teeth in the stomach, so it all has to start in the mouth. What about drinking fluids? Now that's a general guide there. Ideally, we want to drink fluids 15 minutes prior to a meal and about 1 hour after. The reason being there's a potential that we may dilute some of those enzymes that can hamper some of that absorption process. Now, if you need to drink, you drink, but we're always going to work towards optimal. Now, enzymes. Some scientists theorize there's over 50,000 different types of enzymes. These are a couple here, and we talked about that amylase coming from our saliva, breaking down those carbohydrates and starches to simple sugars. Then we have pepsin coming from our stomach to help break down our proteins to the amino acids. And then we have this other thing in our stomach called hydrochloric acid. Hydrochloric acid acts as a non-specific barrier for our immune system. So what that means is if we eat something that has bacteria on it, that hydrochloric acid is going to help to break that down so we don't get sick. Now what they're finding is even people with acid reflux disorders, clinically about 40% of them still have a low hydrochloric acid. How do we know if we have low hydrochloric acid? You can do a very basic test, which is clinical. You can take a capsule of betaine hydrochloric acid, or HCl, 550 milligrams, 10 minutes to right before a meal. And if you feel any burning in your upper gastric region, that means your hydrochloric acid is good. But if that capsule goes down and you feel nothing, the hydrochloric acid is low. Now, if for any reason you do get a little bit of that burning, in the back room in the refrigerator there is some flax water there. You can take that, that'll coat the stomach, or you can use something like a fennel tea to also coat. But many people are low in the hydrochloric acid. Now, if we are low in hydrochloric acid, there's different things we can do. When we're making green juices at home, we can juice half of a lemon peel once or twice in that juice per day to help to naturally provoke the hydrochloric acid. Or we can use things like Swedish bitters to naturally provoke the hydrochloric acid. Or we can use the betaine hydrochloric acid supplement to support that hydrochloric acid. Now, sometimes we're on the flip side of that spectrum and our stomach's already producing too much acid, and sometimes it's producing too much acid because of the foods that we've eaten over long periods of time, like heat-treated proteins or animal products, as our bodies are attempting to break them down, and it's producing more and more acid to do so. Now, when we're in a situation like that and we're getting too much acid, well, that can lead to potential things like ulcers or that acid reflux disorder, or we can be in pain and discomfort. And when we're in pain and discomfort, we tend to do things we normally wouldn't do, like reach for those over-counter remedies like a Tums or a Rolaids. Now, they really do what they say they do. They really neutralize the acid, although it's going to make it almost impossible for you to absorb your protein normally at that point. So a much better remedy would be supplemental digestive enzymes prior to meals, not only to neutralize that acid, but also to support the breakdown and liquefaction of the foods for greater absorption. Now, this is a picture of the journey here. Now, if you can imagine here, we're chewing our foods very well and we're bringing in that saliva, and that saliva has that enzyme, the amylase, to help to liquefy our carbohydrates and starches to simple sugars. The idea is to liquefy our food in our mouth, and as we swallow, coming down the esophagus here, into the stomach with the introduction of the hydrochloric acid and the pepsin, we're breaking down our proteins, getting rid of the bacteria, and at that point, we have a highly acid mixture of our food, a very low pH at that point. And as that food moves to the duodenum, our liver and gallbladder is going to secrete bile that's going to help to break down our fats to fatty acids. And as that food moves through the duodenum to the small intestine, you're going to have a highly acid mixture of your food becoming alkaline, and it's moving to that small intestine where 90% of our absorption occurs. So here's to give you an idea of the pH ranges or the acidity in the system there as the food's coming down. So we talked about the stomach being acidic. So we want that pH being roughly between that 1 to 3 to help to burn up the foods, to help to get rid of that bacteria. And then it moves to the duodenum, where the introduction of the gallbladder bile and also the liver bile, it's increasing that pH to more alkaline. And then it's moving to the small intestine where we're getting another increase in pH from around 7 to 8 roughly. And then through the large intestine where we eliminate the waste. Those enzymes are going to help you break down those proteins to things like our amino acids, but also importantly, they're going to help you make that conversion from acid to alkaline. From our experience here at Hippocrates, most disease processes will thrive in an acid environment in the body. So we work on alkalizing. How do we do that? Well, first thing in the morning, you're drinking lemon water. Although it is an acidic fruit, once it touches the saliva, it becomes alkaline, highly alkalizing. the green juices, the wheatgrass, the blue-green algae, the assorted vegetables and sprouts on the buffet, all highly alkalizing. There was even a landmark study in 2009 that showed alkalizing the body can help to stop and or prevent the metastasis of breast cancer, liver cancer, and node involvement. We're talking about small changes in your pH can make big changes in your health. For example, when we're talking about the pH of the blood, when we're at 7.35, we're working with roughly 2 to 3 cellular ATP units per glucose molecule. So that ATP is that energy. When we make that small shift from 7.35 to 7.45, then we're working with 33 to 34 cellular ATP units per glucose molecule. So you're kind of like going from that very underpowered 4-cylinder car to that 8-cylinder with turbo. We're talking about real changes there. But what happens if we're not getting enough fluids? We're not getting half our body weight in fluid ounces and we're dehydrated. We're not necessarily going to produce enough of those enzymes to make that conversion from acid to alkaline. And what happens then, if we're not giving our bodies the fluids that our need, our body's highly intelligent. It's going to say, you're not giving me the fluid I need, so it's going to start taking it from other areas to reduce that acidity. So if it starts to look around and it finds our lymphatic system, which is 90% water there, and starts pulling the water from that area, we're going to have a lot harder time getting rid of those toxins and poisons. We're going to have a much harder time getting rid of the candida, the bacteria, the mold, the cancer cells. So that's not a system we want to compromise. Our bloodstream, 90% water there, if it starts pulling the water from that area, we're going to be getting much less oxygen to our cells and organs. And if you look at some of the work done by Dr. Otto Warburg, Nobel Prize winner in medicine and physiology, when we decrease that oxygen as little as 30%, we can allow cancer to grow. And our colon, this one over here, definitely water there. If it starts pulling the water from that area, that's called constipation. It's more waste, debris, and toxins that our body has to handle. Now, when we're dehydrated or chronically dehydrated, we start getting waste building up in our system. What a lot of the integrative practitioners are finding, even people who are pretty healthy, have about 10 pounds of fermenting waste in our system. We need to work to help to cleanse that. Now, what we've been finding more often here at Hippocrates is this thing called leaky gut syndrome. And leaky gut syndrome is basically when we have waste building up in our system, and this guy's not very happy there when that happens, and it's going to start creating inflammation too. So what happens is that waste that's supposed to be leaving your system is getting back into your system, and at that point your immune system has to handle it, and that's where we start to get things like autoimmune disorders or brand new allergies, or if we have allergies, those allergies get worse. So we want to be over here, well hydrated, high fiber. If you can imagine water flowing through here at a fairly consistent rate, eliminating the waste is where we want to be. Now, a lot of people think of fiber, they think it's just kind of moving things along. But fiber also acts as a prebiotic, which helps to feed beneficial bacteria in our gastrointestinal system. We want to definitely make sure we have more of that good flora in there to support our gastrointestinal. Now, when we do things like antibiotics or drink alcohol or even things like tap water, we can start to knock out some of that beneficial bacteria. So we want to add it back in. So we do things here on the buffet like the kimchi and sauerkraut, those fermented foods that are also highly enzymatic to help to repopulate the good flora. And then you're feeding it with the fiber. And when we're talking about fiber, some of the best would be things like the bean sprouts, like the lentils, the adzuki, some of the ideal ones there. And they're going to help to feed that beneficial bacteria. But when you're cleansing here at Hippocrates, we're going to even recommend things like probiotics. And there are things like acidophilus to populate your upper gastrointestinal and bifidobacterium to populate your lower gastrointestinal. Why is this important? Your core, your gastrointestinal system is 70% of your immune system, works with 50% of your hormones, 50% of the detoxification processes, and 95% of your neurotransmitters. Your core, your gastrointestinal system is your key to health. When this is healthy, everything will work better, guaranteed. Now, that liquid chyme, also known as your food, when we're staying dehydrated or chronically dehydrated, it's going to become very hard, viscous material. It's going to be like a concrete in our body. And at that point, unfortunately, we're going to be constipated. We're going to feel pretty crappy because basically we're full of crap at that point. Now, that colon, it's designed to eliminate the waste. It's not a food storage system. If we want a good food storage system, let's use our refrigerators. These work much better. So here's a normal colon, well hydrated, high fiber, eliminating the waste. Over here we have chronic constipation, dehydration. The waste is not going south, it will be going north. More waste, debris, and toxins our body has to handle, and over time can lead to a host of different issues. How do we know if we're constipated? Let's think of a baby for a moment. Babies are perfect. They eat, they poop, they eat, they poop, they eat, they poop, and so forth. So if we're not having 2 to 3 bowel movements per day in the size and shape of a cigar, there's an issue there. If we're less than 2 bowel movements, that's called constipation. So if this is a concern of yours, let us know in the health consult. There's a lot we can do to help support that. Small intestine, these guys here, about 22 to 26 feet in length. That is where 90% of that absorption occurs. And they have these little things in there called villi, little finger-like projections that help support the absorption of your nutrients. Now, over time, certain foods, such as dairy or heat-treated proteins, animal products, even things like gluten, can start to create issues in our gastrointestinal system, and they have a potential of building up and creating things like a mucoid plaque. And if that mucoid plaque builds up in that small intestine, it's going to really hamper your absorption process. And a lot of people think of gluten and they say, well, I'm not allergic to it, so I'm okay. But a lot of us have sensitivities, and what happens is that gluten, which is a protein, gets in our stomach, is not broken down properly, and then it gets in here as long-chain amino acids and creates inflammation and acts a bit like glue in our system. And it can even affect our neurological system as well. Dr. Perlmutter wrote a book called Grain Brain, and he works with people that have attention deficit or Alzheimer's or dementia, and he gets everybody off of gluten, and everyone improves just getting off of gluten. So definitely dairy can be a problem with that mucoid plaque, and actually the countries that consume the most dairy actually have the highest levels of osteoporosis. And if you look at some of the work done by Dr. Colin T. Campbell, one of the top nutritional researchers out of Cornell University, when he studied the dairy and the protein in dairy, casein, found that it had a higher correlation with cancer than cigarettes. In his experiments, in his book, The China Study, he could literally turn cancer on or off depending on what protein he gave. Animal protein turned on, vegetable protein turned off. So that mucoid plaque can definitely be a problem over time. And one of the things that we use here at Hippocrates to support the cleansing process is the use of the enema. Now, nothing new here. They've been doing this since times of ancient Egypt, there's writing on the wall. Used in hospitals as well. And here at Hippocrates, we used it for many, many years to support the cleansing process. So you're all going to get one of these, a little enema bag there. And I'm going to show you how you can use these to support the cleansing. So inside, we have an enema bag here and a catheter there. And in order to use this, what you have to do, get your catheter, put it on the line here, make sure that it's snug. Now, before you add in any water here, there's a little white clip, a little locking mechanism there. You want to make sure that's locked. Just takes 3 fingers to do that. Make sure it's locked. The other thing you always want to check to make sure that the water is lukewarm or a tepid water. You can check that on your wrist. And with that, when you check that on your wrist, make sure that it's warm. Now up top here, there is a little perforation where you would add that water in. And when you fill that up, you fill it so it's about 1 inch to 1.5 inches from the top. Now in your bathroom, there's going to be a hook there, and you can hook that on, because ideally water flows downhill, so we want to have that ideally above us. Now once you have that hooked on, what you want to do is get your catheter, place it over the sink or the toilet, get your locking mechanism, open that up. As soon as you see water coming out of your tip here, you want to lock that back up. What you've just done is you've taken all the air out of the line. It's called bleeding the bag. We don't want any air in there. Now, a little later today, you're going to have a tour of the wheatgrass juice bar. And in there, they're going to have coconut oil. And that coconut oil, you can take some of that back to your rooms with you. It's going to be used to lubricate the tip of the catheter. So when you're ready to use this, you lubricate that catheter 2 to 3 inches, or the size of your index finger is all you need with that. 2 to 3 inches or size of the index finger. Now after you lubricated that, you can wash your hands off, because sometimes it's a little hard to control that locking mechanism with the lubrication on your hands. Now when you're ready to use this, you want to insert that rectally towards the spinal region, not towards the stomach area. That's a dead end that way. 2 to 3 inches is all you need. Now I want to show you some positions. It's going to be a little easier to do. So ideally, when you're doing the enema, what we recommend is to be in a position like this, lying on the left-hand side, right leg over. The reason being, it's more the way our colon is situated to take water easier. Now, there's other ways we can do this, like that position there. That's called the tripod position. Totally fine as well. Now, the other thing that you would do when you're going to get to the floor, we have these little guys in your bathroom, these little blue pads here. You can put those on the floor to help keep you comfortable there. And when you are ready to use this, and you've inserted your 2 to 3 inches, from there, you control how much water you put in with that locking mechanism. You don't have to just open it up and take the entire bag. You open it up, take a little water, lock it up, take a little bit of water, lock it up, until you get to a feeling of fullness. Now everybody's going to be a little different with this. Some people might only take 1/4 of a bag, some might take a half, some may take the whole bag. Totally fine. You have to work with your body. Now, when you get to that point where you're feeling that fullness there, then you want to stop. You want to lock up your locking mechanism at that point. And at that point, what we're doing is we're lying on our left-hand side. You want to roll to your back, and you want to massage the descending colon, which is on the left side of the zipper region, and you want to massage that moving up. That's going to help to break up more waste, to get more water in your system. And as you do this a couple times, you can massage up and then start massaging over to work more on the transverse colon as well. Now, we're not talking about hanging out all morning with the water. We're talking about maybe 3 to 5 minutes to support that cleansing process. Now, some of you, though, you may be a little dehydrated and you may absorb a lot of that water too. But we do this in the bathroom in case we need to eliminate after. Now, when we want to eliminate, ideally, we want to be in a position like this, that squatting position, because you're going to be able to get rid of more toxins, more waste that way. Now, for most of us, that's not the easiest position to get into unless we work for Cirque du Soleil or something like that. So we give you a little help. And you might have said, what the heck's this doing in my bathroom? This is our well step. So if this chair is my toilet, we want to put that right in front. And that's going to help us to get into that squatting position there so we can eliminate much better, much fuller. But we're still on the ground. We've taken our water, we've massaged, now we're ready to get over to the toilet. But there's one thing we need to remember. We need to squeeze our sphincter muscles, also known as our buttocks muscles, tight, because there's a potential the water could be coming out. So we need to squeeze it tight. We need to get over to our toilet, so we need to shimmy over there, keeping it tight. Get up on our stool here, lean forward. Now we're into that squatting position, so we can eliminate much better, much fuller. This guy over here, he's just hanging out, solving world problems, not really eliminating fully. We want to be eliminating fully to get rid of more waste, more toxins. Now, after we've eliminated, what we recommend after that is the wheatgrass implant for several reasons. One, you're adding in more enzymes and oxygen to support the cleansing process. Two, you're introducing electrolytes. They have the potential of being displaced by water. And most importantly, we're adding in chlorophyll and phytonutrients that are being absorbed by the colon, that are bypassing our gastrointestinal process to not only support the cleansing, but the healing properties as well. Now, if you left a little bit of water in your bag, all you need is water throughout that line there. And from there, we add in the 4 ounces of wheatgrass juice. And we're going to do everything the same. Lie on our left-hand side, take 2 to 3 inches of our catheter. But when we take in that wheatgrass, I want you to try to hold it as long as you can. Even if you can only hold it for a few moments, you're going to get some absorption via the colon region. Now, if you can hold it for several minutes, that's excellent. Now, with that, there are other ways that we can do the wheatgrass. And I'm going to show you those. One of those is this here. That's an enema ball. These are very inexpensive in the shop. In order to use these, what you want to do, if my hand had a cup of wheatgrass juice, you want to squeeze that air out, put that tip in the juice, let it go. It's going to suck up that juice. Lubricate the tip with the coconut oil. Now when you're ready to use this, you insert that rectally, press the wheatgrass in. As it is pressed, take it out. You want to keep it pressed because if you let it go inside, it can suck up some of that wheatgrass again. Now this one is 2 ounces, so you need to do it twice to get the 4 ounces with that one. Now some people are a little more scientific. They like numbers, they like amounts and all that cool stuff. So we have a syringe for them as well. And it's this one here that has those cool numbers there. But if you like this syringe, got to remember that top kind of hard. So if you're going to use this one, get your catheter tip and place it on the end there. Again, if my hand had that wheatgrass juice in there, put that tip in the wheatgrass, pull back on the syringe, that's going to suck up the wheatgrass. Everything the same, lying on the left-hand side, press the wheatgrass in. This also is 2 ounces, so you need to do it twice to get the 4 ounces. Now when you're done, what you want to do is get your catheter here and use warm the hot water and soap on the outside and some in the inside to cleanse that good. And then we get our bag here, a little bit of soap, warm the hot water to flush this as well. Allow that to hang in your closet to dry, and you'll get roughly about a month of use before you need to replace this one. So ideally, what we recommend here at Hippocrates is in the morning, the water enema followed by the wheatgrass implant. The reason the morning is optimal because over the evening we're going to be detoxifying more and more so, and it's going to support that cleansing. If you do it later in the day, still very beneficial. Then later in the afternoon or evening, just the wheatgrass implant by itself. So 1 water, 2 wheatgrass implants daily here at Hippocrates, and then when you are at home, 1 per week. 1 water, 1 wheatgrass implant per week. Now I wanted to let you guys know also, the catheter that you have, the red one here, does have some latex in it. So if you have any sensitivities or allergies, let us know, and in the Vita building we can get you one of these, the clear one that does not have any latex, just so you're aware. Now, the other thing that you may notice when you're cleansing, sometimes we even get a film in our mouth, and sometimes even our tongue can get coated with that film. And one of the things that we give you also is one of these. This is a little tongue brush here. In order to use that, you just stick the tongue out, 2 to 3 rakes down. Very good for the oral hygiene and the fresh breath. This is excellent to support that as well. Now, some of you may notice from the wheatgrass, especially taking it as an implant, you might get a burst of energy. So normally that second wheatgrass implant, I don't recommend it right before sleep. Maybe 2 to 3 hours before sleep would be better for most to help support that sleep as well.
Welcome here to Hippocrates Health Institute. Ever since January 1956, people have been arriving here from all over the world to change their lives. We are so excited about having you here on the campus with us. There's a few little bits of advice I'd like to give you. First thing you have to do is check at the gate all of your preconceived notions and ideas. Number 2, open your heart for change and for progress. And number 3, have a lot of fun and relax.
Thank you for coming, and you know, we know what it takes to come here, and a lot of you come from other countries and you're on a different time zone. A lot of you probably exhausted, but we will make that all go away. We will give you the best nutrition you ever had, pamper you with therapies, exercise, and just the beautiful Florida weather. I hope that you will take a deep breath and say, I'm going to be very happy here, and we can't wait to see you.
That's right. And let me tell you, you're going to be seeing probably more than you'd like of both of us during your stay. So we have 3 words for you. Health, happiness, and healing. Welcome.
Hippocrates Wellness, plant-based nutrition and wellness program. Coconut water. Coconuts grow on large palm trees known scientifically as Cocos nocifera. Despite the name, the coconut is a fruit rather than a nut. Undoubtedly, cytokinins or plant hormones are the most important components in coconut water. But more research needs to be undertaken to understand the power of drinking fresh coconut water from a freshly picked coconut. The effect of cytokinins was first reported when it was found that adding the liquid endosperm of coconuts to developing plant embryos in culture stimulated their growth. A study published in 2010 from Medicine and Science in Sports and Exercise demonstrated that coconut water replaced bodily fluids as good as a typical sports drink and slightly better than water. One small study gave coconut water to people with high blood pressure. 71% experienced significant improvements to systolic blood pressure, which is the higher number of a blood pressure reading. Coconut water has a unique chemical composition of sugars, vitamins, minerals, amino acids, and phytohormones. Coconut water contains 3 big minerals: potassium, calcium, and magnesium. A typical sized banana has approximately 422 milligrams of potassium, compared to 660 milligrams with a regular sized coconut. As yet, few studies have been carried out on humans, but animal studies are encouraging. Research has shown that coconut water can lower blood sugar levels and improve other health markers in diabetic animals. A study with rats found liver damage showed significant improvement when they were treated with coconut water. In another study, rats that consumed coconut water had reductions in blood cholesterol and triglycerides. They also experienced significant decreases in liver fat. Coconut water, being a refreshing beverage, can provide important health benefits we are learning. But more research is needed to understand the functions and properties of the individual components of coconut water. Coconut water, a marvelous and multi-dimensional liquid with special biological properties from nature. Drink fresh coconut water, but straight from a coconut, not the type you purchase from a shop. Live the Hippocrates wellness lifestyle.
Good afternoon. How's everyone doing? Everyone's bellies filled? Let's see your bellies. Hold them out. So today we're going to speak about a very important part of the dietary part of the program. Now, I always equate this with American baseball. Now, many of you in Wigmore Hall here, they don't understand the rules of baseball, but it's 3 strikes and you're out. So when you come to Hippocrates, the first strike we give you, we say you have to give up all animal-based foods. And so you begin crying and gnashing of the teeth, but deep down inside of you, you have common sense, so you say, well, of course that makes sense. Why would I have to eat the flesh of an animal or take milk out of its bosom and all of that? The second strike, we say you have to eat either 100% raw living food or close to 100%. Even the healthiest people listening today all have to be eating a minimum of 75-80% raw food just to have health, vitality, vigor in your life. Well, you ready for strike 3? Get ready. Now you have to combine your food correctly. Now this is really difficult in the world that you and I come from, because I know growing up, I was told a couple of things that were completely incorrect. Number 1, eat as many foods from as many different varieties as possible. Remember that? And it makes you strong. Nobody ever said nutrition. Nobody said that that's complicated for the body. It makes you strong. And the second thing they told you is to have the smorgasbord approach to eating. Now, my wife's country invented the word smorgasbord. You all know what that means, right? They put massive amounts of, this is in a way a healthy smorgasbord you have here. We put a wide variety of food out there and you go and pick it up. But as a child, many of us were encouraged to eat every single thing that was on every single plate that was on that table. Completely wrong. Now, to go back and to make this really simple, food combining is that certain foods can never be eaten with other foods. And on the other end of that, certain foods are quite compatible together. Now, how do we understand this, and where does the whole background come from? Well, our ancestors were nomadic people. We were nomadic people for most of the time we were on this earth. Now, nomadic means moving from place to place. And we didn't do that because we liked to holiday, although they may have. But the reality was they did it to have food. Now, if you took Europe as an example, if you took North America, here we are at the very, very end of September. The autumn began. Where do you think we may be in Europe this time of year? So if you go from the top of Scandinavia, Norway, to the bottom, Portugal, you probably would be somewhere around Denmark now. Because Denmark is pretty good weather this time of the year. By the middle of October, you're going to be somewhere around the northern part of France. And by November, you're going to be down in Spain or Portugal. And you're going to hang out in the bottom part, southern part of Portugal or Spain until about March, where somehow your body is gravitating to turn towards the sun again, where you keep marching and marching and marching until when? Until about July. In July, you would be in northern Norway. If you were here in North America, you would be in July in northern Canada. And you'd be in Miami Beach from about November until about March. And why we did that is to follow the food. The other refreshing part of this conversation is that people did not eat on a time schedule. That was created by marketers centuries ago, where they came up with the concept that you have to eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner. They actually claimed that that was a sign of civility. That breaking bread, by the way, was the time we sat down and we were quite kind and civil people. Well, the truth of the matter is we most likely were much kinder and more civil as we just plucked our food from nature when we were hungry. People only ate when they were hungry. Isn't that odd? They didn't think they would starve if they didn't eat 3 meals a day and snacks in between and God knows what else. People only ate when they were hungry. And an ironic part of this conversation is people only became hungry when they did something, like walk for 30 miles or up a mountain, or went long distance or ran. Now, not only would the individual be hungry, but most likely the entire group or the tribe at that point would be hungry. So let's imagine that we're somewhere in the world. Let's look now at Denmark, and let's look at Vermont, because that's about where we would be here in North America. And what do you think we may find the very end of September, beginning of October, growing in Vermont? You think we find the ancestors of some berries? And how about some apples growing on trees? Do you think we'd find the ancestors of spinach or cabbage? Yes. And I think we would. And so what you would do is think about how your people would eat in those days. Would they go and grab the berry, and would they run over and get the cabbage, and would they come over here and get the spinach? They ate one food at a time. Isn't that amazing? You were told about the smorgasbord approach to eating. Eat as many things as you can from as many varieties as possible. And the way your body was built to eat utterly simple, one food at a time. Now that shouldn't be that surprising to you when you start to consider the very fact that almost every large, muscular, and strong creature on earth sustain on about one food at a time. Go and look at a beautiful horse. Have you ever noticed how geometrically impossible it is for a horse to do what they do? This big, heavy, intense body, beautiful, shiny, skin and hair, and these little skinny legs. And they run so fast, it's amazing. And what do? They eat grass to do that. Gorillas, we spoke about gorillas the other day. Gorillas in nature, they don't eat a lot of the things you would see them eat at a zoo. What they do is they eat the sprout of the plant. They literally pick it up, clean it off, and chew the sprout of the plant. And so your body was built to eat that way. Now don't worry, don't be concerned. I'm not going to tell you to eat one food at a time for the rest of your life. Not to say that's not the way your body was built, but there has been a de-evolution of the human anatomy, and certainly a major de-evolution of the human consciousness. Now you were brought up with eating food like it's going out of style, so you pretty much have thought about food in this 3 realms. We call it the 3 S's. You think of food sensually, so when you look at a food, you don't say, boy, that's really nutritious. What do you say? Oh, the fragrance of the food, the color of the food, the presentation of the food. It's a very sensual experience. You think of food socially. Can you imagine having any social activity with food not being present? Imagine saying to somebody, I'm going to pick you up, we're going to go on a date at 8 o'clock. And at 8 o'clock when you get there, they're anticipating you to go to a restaurant and sit and speak to one another. And you shut off the car when they get in and say, I'm going to tell you what I think about you. Well, probably today, the person would run out of the car, call the police, and have you arrested for that. But if you drove 1 street away and went to a healthy restaurant and put food between you, you could say the most absurd things in the world and nobody's going to run away. You see how food acts in our life? Imagine your family's coming. It's a big holiday. And everyone arrives, and you say, we're going to get together at 2 o'clock. Now, they were so astute, they think 2 o'clock get together means we're going to eat. But at 2 o'clock you come out, and there's no food on the table, and here's all your friends and relatives, and you announce, we're not going to eat together. We're going to tell each other what we feel about one another. Well, that would be the end of that. They'd never come back to your house again. They'd be cursing at you as they walked out the door. Isn't that so? So socialization of food really is a very, very deeply ingrained problem. We also think of food sexually. Yes, sexually. That doesn't mean you want to kiss an apple, although some of you may. But what it means is that when you don't feel loved, when you don't feel fulfilled on that basic level, that what we tend to do, as I remember in the old days when I became very big, is we ate to fill up those little holes of deficiency of love. Do you follow? So we call that comfort food. I don't know what's so comfortable about it, because when you eat enough of it, you become quite uncomfortable. That I can promise you. And so we think of food in, again, sensual, social, and sexual ways. Not what we should. This is the absolute wrong way to think about it. We should put a big R here. We think of food rationally. Now, when we do that, it's interesting, because food is chemistry. And let's take away all the fun part of who you think you are and get down to the basics of what you are. You're an electrical chemistry. And this anatomy you have is just a remarkable, remarkable, gathering of elements that, in a way, it's almost mystical how it came together. And you became the human being of today in the 21st century. But what we do know is that your body's chemistry requires certain chemistry to keep it going. Not unlike an automobile requires petrol, gasoline. If you don't have petrol or gasoline in the car, you could have a Rolls Royce and sit there all day long if you put water into the tank. Water doesn't work in a Rolls Royce, does it? Well, the nonsense that you've been calling food doesn't work in the human body. And that's why most of you broke down, just like the automobile engine, that you've been feeding non-nutritive substance to your body, that at best breaks down to sugar and fats and pretty much clogs the engine, clogs the pipes in the engine, and makes you what we call ill at this point. So we've got to change the chemistry that we're putting into your tank to make sure that in the future that you're going to thrive and flourish from eating the proper food, rather than the nonsense you've been putting in your mouth calling food. Whenever I write about this in my books and writings, I always put quotations around food, because what we consider food isn't food when you think about that. So we're going to come up now with understanding that we're not going to eat one food at a time, that that's untenable, because psychologically, emotionally, and socially, it's almost impossible to do that. But we've done the work for you. Over the decades, and all of this understanding really came about starting in the 19th century. And we've learned more and more and more as there's more empirical evidence from biology and anatomy and biochemistry that came together. And so we pretty much figured out that there are certain ways you can eat that in a way mimic very simple eating, but it's not one food at a time, it's gatherings of food. Now, if you open up your manuals, the Hippocrates manuals here, to the chapter on food combining, there's a chart there. Now, I hope all of the students in Wigmore Hall carry that with you. And if you've been negligent and forgot to, what we'll do is we'll cozy up next to a better student who's carried that book around. Now, if you look at the food combining chart that's in that manual, we're going to make this really simple. We're not going to give you complicated biochemical explanations. We're going to make this into several rules. And I promise you, if you listen to these very simple rules and follow them, this is going to make you much, much healthier. Now, before we start, I want to say something loud and clear to you. I want to say that eating a plant-based organic diet is paramount. It's right at the top of the list. But equally important is combining this properly. As we go through this process, you're actually going to learn that you could eat the best food in the world like you're eating here at Hippocrates and still be sick if you combine it incorrectly. No different than when you were a child and you were in school and the chemistry teacher came in and said, please never ever mix what's in this bottle with what's in this bottle. Because you know if you mix those two bottles together, the place would blow up. And in this case, you've been mixing those chemistries together and the place blew up. We have polite words for it. We're bloating. We're uncomfortable. We have gas. Now they have diseases that they actually say you regurgitate. And now they have medicines to keep the regurgitation down because of all these bad combinations. But at the end of the day, you're not eating the way the body was built to eat. So number one rule, this is a big rule. If you get this one, we're halfway through the process, is look up there in the left-hand corner. That's protein. And on the Living Food Hippocrates diet, proteins, quite simple, are nuts and seeds and what we make from nuts and seeds. Now think of all the things we make from nuts and seeds. We make burgers and we make loaves and we make sauces and we make croquettes. So in a way, it's almost magically in your mind a meat or a veggie burger substitute. And a lot of us need this in the early stage. I mean, I don't think I would have continued on the Hippocrates diet if I didn't have those substitutes for the veggie burgers I was used to. A lot of you need this because of the meatloaf that you were used to. So this is heavy protein-based foods. So there it is, that category up to the left. Then we look at this category over here. This is starchy carbs. And that's grains and beans and things like many of the root vegetables. Now we love that group because the way most of us choose to eat grains is we take them and we grind them up into powder and we put yeast and we put sugar and we make breads and cookies and cakes. And boy, do we love them because they all turn into what? Sugar. And we're all sugar addicts. Then you have beans, for instance, and the beans, again, all of these should be sprouted, are really great substitutes too that are not quite as heavy as the nuts and seeds that you could make a bean burger out of, or a bean casserole out of. Or if you grind it up, for instance, in a Cuisinart or in a great high-speed blender, you can actually make little dips out of these things. And then some of the root vegetables. Now let's go down to the next group here that we're coordinating this with. This is the vegetable category. And in that category are other sprouts, all other sprouts. And let me describe what that means. These are nut sprouts and seed sprouts. So a nut would be, for instance, an almond or a filbert, or which is a hazelnut, or a pine nut. And a seed would be a sunflower seed, a sesame seed, a pumpkin seed. You understand what I'm talking about here? Now, we come over to this side. A grain would be everything from a wheat to a millet, to a quinoa, to a teff. A bean would be everything other than soya beans and black beans. They're the two you avoid, soybeans and black beans. But every other bean, pinto bean and fava bean and flat bean and yellow bean and navy bean and red bean, and the list goes on, pinto bean. And then, of course, most root vegetables. We all know what that is. And here at Hippocrates, although eating a handful of carrots occasionally is not a problem, but we'd rather have the kind of old-fashioned root vegetables that don't have a really high fructose content. So the kind we like are what? Turnips and rutabaga and jicama, things with a lower amount of fructose. And why we like that, it's filling. These are high water content foods, but they're very filling. Now, what else is here? All vegetables, too. Every vegetable's in that category. And the sprouts that I want to distinguish here are things like mung bean and aduki sprouts. Now, over here, these grain sprouts and bean sprouts are basically grown for 2 days. So all grains that you germinate take about 2 days to germinate. All beans that you germinate take 2 days to germinate. And why we would distinguish the mung bean and aduki beans, they're more succulent. They take 5-6 days to grow. And in fact, these are so digestible when they've done research on the most digestible of all foods. Chinese bean sprouts, mung bean sprouts, always come up at the top of the list. One day, take the long, white, mung bean sprout here, put it in your mouth, don't chew it, and watch, it actually dissolves in your mouth. So amazing. So now, here's the rule. We're going to get to the rule now, and we're going to have 3 other rules. So this is an important one. Proteins and starchy carbs never, ever go together. That's an extremely poor combination. Ironically, it's the one combination that every cuisine in the world does most. What is meat and potatoes? What is fish and rice? Even the vegan, what is a nut butter sandwich? Do you follow? So the one big problem that we have is worldwide, internationally, at health stores, vegans, everyone, even thinking that they're health people, are doing this wrong. Now, why this is a big problem, and why I tell you if you understand this, you're halfway there, is that when you put proteins of any type together with starchy carbs, that you literally end up creating over 120 different chemicals. The most notable is sulfur. Now, you know this because the wondrous fragrance that's been somehow coming out of you that you never take credit for smells like rotten eggs. Rotten eggs is a sign of sulfur. And that's only one of 120 different chemicals that are created. So you think you're getting nutrition with this. You're mixing the chemistry from this bottle incorrectly with the chemistry from this bottle, and it's creating bloating, gas, disruption. And if you do enough of this, a disease called auto-reflux disease. Isn't that interesting? That you're actually regurgitating so much acid, it comes up and burns the esophagus, and it's a good pathway to get esophageal cancer. Now, that's what you do if you do this long enough. Now, ironically, proteins go beautifully with this vegetable group, with their all other sprouts and all vegetables and aduki, and it goes beautifully with starchy carbs. So here's where we now start to talk about how to discipline your eating. Now, these are basic standard rules, and you've got to listen to it and internalize this. Don't just say, well, that's the rule, I've got to follow it. Understand why. If you look at your papers there in the Hippocrates manual, underneath protein, it tells you it takes for a healthy body how many hours for the protein to digest? 4 hours. So now, if I were to say to you, is it best to eat a nut loaf, a seed sauce, a seed burger, a nut burger at 8 o'clock at night or at 12 or 1 o'clock in the afternoon? What's the obvious answer? In the afternoon. Because you want to have time to digest it. You want to have time to digest it. Many times I'll leave here at night, I'll be working, I'll eat at 8 o'clock, and I'll go to bed at 10 o'clock. Now what happens if I choose or you choose to eat a big, intense, heavy nut loaf? Well, I'm not going to sleep well, number one. Number two, the food's never going to digest. It's going to ferment in my intestinal tract. And number three, what you ate, and in this case, we're talking about organic, healthy, living food, is now going to be a disservice for you rather than a service for you. Isn't that amazing? So something that could be incredibly good if you ate it at 1 o'clock in the afternoon is quite damaging if you go to bed and haven't digested it ahead of time. Now, ideally you eat the starchy carb at night because that takes about 2 hours to digest in the body. So if you ate at 8 o'clock and went to bed at 10 o'clock, then it's already through the digestion process. So again, a grain may be in your dehydrator, you make a raw bread out of a wide variety of grains you can. A bean burger can be eaten, or even a bean loaf, pretty delicious. And some of the beans are, interesting that you can put in there. Fava beans are very much like chickpeas. How many of us like chickpeas here? You know why? Because it's very high protein and it's fatty. So it reminds us in a way of that old diet that we're on, fat and protein. And so these are healthy fats and proteins that, by the way, when you germinate them, become significantly more digestible. And once again, to repeat, in every single category here, we're talking about nuts and seeds and grains and beans. They all should be sprouted. They all should be germinated first. 2 reasons. Number one, the significance of the increase in nutritional value. Every single nutrient minimally goes up 8 times. So you get 8 times more nutrition out of it. Some go up 30 times, 40 times, but 8 times average. Number 2, the digestibility becomes 5, 6, 8, 10 times more when you germinate something. It becomes, as Ann Wigmore would have said at one point, a pre-digested food. So number one rule, we're going to go through it, and if you get this, you're halfway there. That's how important this is. Protein should never be mixed with starchy carbs. On a healthy living food diet, a protein is a nut or a seed or what we make from it, starchy carb, grain, bean, what we make from it, or root vegetables. Both go beautifully with vegetables, which are all other sprouts. Now what would that be? Light leafy green sprouts, sunflower green sprouts, clover sprouts, fenugreek sprouts, all of those. All other vegetables, period, every vegetable, and things like mung bean and the dookie. In a perfect world, you're eating your protein meal in the middle of the day when your hydrochloric acid between 11:30 in the morning and 1:30 in the afternoon is most active, meaning that your body actually says, this is when I can digest protein better, because hydrochloric acid is right there as one of the number one ways to digest protein. So try to do it at that point of the day. Starchy carbs at night. Now, what happens if you break this rule? Well, you're going to burn. Not really. Don't worry about it. Remember, most of you used to eat pork chops and go to bed at night. So if you're out having a party at some point and somebody offers you raw nuts and it's 10 o'clock at night, don't go nuts on this. You know, you can make a mistake occasionally. Just try to make the rules what you do all of the time. So have you all gotten this? Give yourself a hand. You're a pretty smart group. You're moving right along here. Now we go to the number 2 rule, and this is one of the hardest rules here at Hippocrates, because I know that at one point, decades ago, if you'd said to me, have you ever eaten a raw food? Well, the only thing I would have been able to come up with is every once in a while when I could not find a candy bar or cake or ice cream, just because I needed something sweet, I would eat fruit. Not that I liked fruit. Fruit was never sweet enough. I don't know how many of your homes did what my home did, but my loving parents, wonderful parents, when we ate cantaloupe, we put sugar on it, because cantaloupe wasn't sweet enough. How many of you remember that? I mean, it's like amazing. It's amazing. Can you imagine how addicted our bodies are to sugar? So with that said, we're going to talk about fruit. So you come to Hippocrates and say what I would have said at one point, oh, raw food, that's not that bad. We're going to eat lots of fruit. And then all at once you see our medical team here, and our medical team says to you, no fruit. And it's like a little tiny flower that's withering. Oh, what am I going to do? What's a sprout? I get it. I was right there with you. Believe me, I understand. Now, fruit is not as simple as we perceive it. You have acid fruit, and we're going to just give some examples. We could go elaborately for hours on this one. Acid fruits are things like strawberries and citrus fruit and things like kiwi fruit. Subacid, that's a big category. There's so many things in there. We'll just give you some examples. Apples are in there, and papaya is in there, and grapes are in there, and that list just continues on. And here's the one over here that most of you are going to be advised to avoid, the sweet fruits, the ones you like the most. Things like banana, and my big one was dried fruit. Boy, oh boy, when I first became a raw fooder, my teeth would throb. I ate so many pounds of dried fruit a week. And my favorite were those organic, of course, they always had to be organic dried pineapple. How about the Madule dates? Boy, they would knock me out. I'd be high eating Madule dates. You know, I'd eat like a kilo, 2 pounds of this at a time. You know, bad news. Now, you're going to hear as we go through this. Now, we by chance, over 3 decades ago, found out from our icon, Edie Mae Hunsberg, who wrote the book called How I Conquered Cancer Naturally, where she described her stage 4 breast cancer, how she reversed it on lifestyle. And she started to call us and report to us that her tumors were growing, but not her cancer. After a short period of 3 years, we found out that what it was is during date season, she would eat large amounts of date, her tumor would grow, thank God never proliferated into cancer again. when date season was over in Southern California, her tumors went away. Now, this was alarming to us because in those days, we all thought that fruit, natural, healthy, organic, raw, living, was a great thing to eat lots of. Then we did a little study. We took several of our guests aside. We took half of them off all forms of fruit, carrots, carrot juice, beet juice, any high fructose content. The other half we left on. And after about 10 weeks, we clearly determined that that was the end of fruit for people who had cancer. Within a year after that, we expanded it to people with viruses, bacteria, mold, yeast, fungus, and we were the advocates first in the entire world against fruit consumption in the conquest of this disease. I can add now, because I've learned a lot since then, that it's also a way to prematurely age. I write about this in my book, my book that I write for the academic community. One of the volumes, Food is Medicine, and we give you all the standard research on that. And I'm not going to elaborate on this because this is a food combining class, but fruit is something that we have big problems with because my perplexity on this was I couldn't understand something that grew on a tree that looked so natural. How could it be bad for you? And then I found out the real science. That fruit we have today doesn't resemble the original fruit by the mere fact it has about 30 times on average more sugar than the original fruit. One time I was in Jamaica a long time ago, and one of my Jamaican friends handed me a papaya, and in his wonderful Jamaican accent said, "This is Grandpa papaya." And when I ate it and he wasn't looking, I spit it out because it tasted like Grandpa cardboard. And it was years later I realized what I was given as an original type of papaya. But what you have now are hybrid papayas that have been hybrid to have greater and greater amounts of sugar, and that's the first problem. Second B level of this problem is that your pancreas no longer functions. You have this wonderful little organ in your body called the pancreas that has been there from the dawn of time that literally takes all forms of sugar, generally from food. We didn't eat processed sugar until very recent times, but from food, the little bit of sugar that was in it regulated so it could be fed to the cell as glucose. Because one of the fuels for the human cell is glucose. Now, what happens if I put 30 times more sugar than was supposed to be there? And what happens if the pancreas is so weak it can't do its job anymore? What happens if that occurs is you end up with blood sugar. You don't end up with health and sugar that feeds a cell if you have too much sugar, and if the cell isn't being processed correctly through the pancreas, what you end up with is massive amounts of sugar in the bloodstream. And when that happens, now you have problems. Not only do you have the notable low blood sugar conditions, hypoglycemia, the high blood sugar conditions called diabetes, but you also now have sugar available for cancer cells and viruses and bacteria and molds and yeast and fungus, etc. And finally, we were the outlaws speaking about this, and frankly, in a way we should have been because we didn't have the data and science on it in those days. But now the legitimate scientific community has stood shoulder to shoulder with us. My book called Sweet Disease articulates this deeply for those of you who are really interested in getting over your sugar addiction. Now, many of you are not. Many of you are going to read something else on the internet by somebody who doesn't know what we're talking about, who's going to promote fruit sugar, and you're going to say, well, they think it's a great thing. We're giving you the latest data, and by the way, over 30 years of research on what happens when you take sugars away, including fruit sugar. So bottom line is, that's your first problem. Second problem is no fruit is picked ripe. It's commercially impossible, even with organic fruit, to pick it ripe, package it, and ship it around the world, or even across the province or a state. Because by the time a ripe fruit gets there, and you open it up in the store, you're going to have a big package of rotten fruit. So fruit is picked 1, 2, 3, 4 months early. So all unripened fruit is incredibly highly acid. So if you want to ruin your teeth, if you want to create arthritic conditions and advance osteoporosis, if you want to weaken your cells, that weaken the nerves, and that's why acidity, you feel more pain. and weaken the organ systems. Great. Then eat unripened fruit. And once again, all fruit, commercial fruit, including organic fruit, is picked unripened intentionally. They cannot possibly pick it. The only exception to this, not to say I'm telling you to eat this, is a banana. The only fruit on the planet Earth that after you pick it from the mother plant, in the skin alone, it has adequate amounts of enzymes to ripen the fruit. You may say to me, well, when I take a fruit like a tomato as an example, which is a fruit, and it's green, and I pick it in October, and I put it in a package, and I pick it up on December 30th, and I eat it, it's red, so it's ripened. Well, the only way I can describe this so it makes sense to you, when we die, we turn blue. It doesn't mean we're ripening. Do you follow that? And so just because it becomes soft and changes color doesn't mean it's ripe. Ripe means that the mother tree, plant, bush, shrub, and her roots that go down to the ground has pulled those nutrients up through those roots, up through the core of the plant into the tree branches or the vines, and now the baby, just like a mother breastfeeding, is now fed. That's a ripe fruit. And if you've ever tasted the difference between a ripe fruit that falls from a tree and that you grab and eat before the bird gets it and the bug gets it, and one that you buy out of the organic market, you know what I'm talking about. So the rule quite simply is, when you are in the conquest of a disease, and I won't repeat that, we've gone through it twice now, no fruit should be consumed, 0 fruit. Now that's not a lifelong curse. Once you get well, and we've noticed over the decades here that people have an ability, doesn't mean you're all going to do it, to make yourself well in a couple of years. So about 24 months. Now some take a little longer, some take a little less, but 24 months before your feet are solidly on the ground. Do you follow at that point? And around that time, because our medical team keeps guiding you and counseling you for the rest of your life here, that we may then say to you, okay, you can eat 5% of your diet is ripe organic fruit. Now, it doesn't mean that if you live in the northern climates, that means you can get a ripe mango when it's snowing outside, or a ripe pineapple. Impossible. But you may have the ability to get a ripe apple. Do you follow that? Because they seem to pick apples riper than most other fruits. And you may have been the one who let that apple fall to the ground in October or November, picked it up, harvested, and can store it. Because apples hold up pretty well in storage. 6 months, 7 months, 8 months, if it's in a dry and cool enough place. Do you follow that? So these are the rules. When you are well, that means not because you think you feel good that day, but you've had a long sustained period where a doctor looks at your blood test, looks at everything that you look at when a person's fighting a disease and says, you're in remission. Don't let them lie and tell you you're cured. There's no such word as cure. But you have put your disease or disorder into remission. And it's happened strong and clear. At that point, you may go up eventually to 15% of your diet. If you wish, you don't have to. I'm not suggesting it. But you can go up to 15% of your diet by weight, not by imagination, as ripe organic fruit. Do you follow? As ripe organic fruit. So if you're eating 10 pounds of food, that's what I used to eat every day. Now I eat that in a week probably. You could eat up to 1.5 pounds, that's 15% of it, 1.5 pounds of ripe organic fruit. Now, probably my diet now is less than 10%, 5 to 10% ripe organic fruit. What about fruit juice when you are the healthy person? Well, if you took a cup, you've got to learn to do this, and believe it or not, you're going to like this soon. You put about 10% fruit, ripe organic fruit juice in, and the rest should be what? Water. And believe it or not, after doing this for about 2, 3, 4 months, you won't like straight fruit juice. Every once in a while, people, to be polite and nice to me when I'm traveling the globe, come in, they've just before they come to the conference, they've made a nice fresh apple juice for me or a carrot juice, and to be polite, I'll drink it, but boy, it feels like I'm being punched in the face. When in the autumn of the year, this is not an exaggeration, I used to buy 4.5 liters, a gallon of apple juice with the intent to have that in my refrigerator for a week. And usually by the time I was getting out of the car, I was recycling the gallon. You know, how many of you can relate to that? You get on that sugar and you can't stop. It's endless. So again, the rules for fruit is when you're in the conquest of a disease, none. 0 fruit, 0 fruit juice. When you are completely healthy because a doctor and you agree that now you're stable and everything's strong, it may take 2-3 years to do that, up to 15% of your diet can be, doesn't need to be, ripe organic fruit. And again, just because you go to the store and they say vine ripened or tree ripened, don't trust it. You have to go to the orchard, you have to have it in your backyard, you have to physically know that it's ripe. So everyone get that rule? Give yourself a hand. What a smart group we have listening today. Now we go to the next one, and the next one's quite interesting. That's the F's and V's. How many of you know what the F's and V's are? The fruits and vegetables. So one of the things I'm constantly asked here is, you know, are we having nice salads all of the time, but we never have tomatoes with our salads? You and I grew up in a world where tomatoes were in salads, incorrectly. Tomatoes are actually a cover crop from the jungles near Brazil, and they were brought out by the Aztecs and Mayans and used as ornaments on the side of their temples and never really eaten. And the polite word we use for the savages from Europe that came over to slaughter the poor indigenous people, the conquistadors, brought the seeds back and used them as ornaments until there were famines, basically, in Europe, and then they were eaten as a food. And my God, if they become like fire in proliferation. I mean, when you see everywhere in the world there's tomato sauce put on a food. I don't care if you're in India or if you're in Italy, all over the world now tomato sauce has become a staple. And one of the reasons that is they grow crazily. You know, you put a seed in the ground and these things just grow, and they have God knows how many tomatoes you get on a plant, but also they can grow anywhere. They can grow from swampy areas to the highest parts of mountains worldwide, and so they're wide geographic possibility for tomatoes. So now, fruits and vegetables should never ever be eaten together. This is one of the big rules here, just like proteins and starchy carbs. The exceptions are avocado. Avocado grows on a tree like a fruit, has a consistency like a vegetable. Flowers, yes, flowers, and some of you are eating flowers all the time and you don't know it. Onions and garlic are flowers. How many of you know that? They're part of the lily flower family. They're bulbs from the lily flower. And by the way, when I used to grow gardens, one of my favorite things to plant in there were onions and garlic. How many of you ever seen an onion flower? It's like a snowball. And now they have purple ones and gold ones and white ones and, you know, blue ones. They're just incredibly good. And some herbs, as you call them in Europe, herbs. They go with that. They go either way. They go with either fruits or vegetables. But generally, you would never eat a vegetable with a fruit. Now, we're talking about fruits in the context of sugar-high fruits. There are some things that are botanically called fruit, like a cucumber is called fruit. But the sugar level is more like a what? A lettuce or a vegetable. A sweet, wonderful pepper, basically, even a hot pepper, is botanically called a fruit, but by the way, has such a minuscule amount of sugar, can be eaten because of the high fiber content along with the vegetables. But if we're talking about putting apples on your salad, bad news, or putting mango chips or all of these other nonsense things I see at health stores worldwide and at raw food restaurants worldwide. And the concept that when you put things, I've heard people say this, and it's completely non-scientific, when you put things in a blender, like green leafy vegetables, and put fruits in, somehow magically the chemistry changes. Yes, it does change. It becomes even more gastric, more problematic, more toxic, more noxious for the body. That's what happens with it. It doesn't change the chemistry because you blend it up. It destroys the nutrients. Now what you have left is a bad combination. And so this is a rule. Fruits and vegetables never ever go together. The exceptions are avocado. It's beautiful because avocado attaches itself to whatever you're eating. So you eat it with a salad that takes 2 hours to digest. Guess what? The avocado goes through in 2 hours. But if you eat it with an apple that takes an hour, hour and 15 minutes, guess what? It takes an hour to hour and 15 minutes. So great way to do it. You all get this one? Give yourself a hand. Boy, you're railing through this stuff today. Now we go to the next one, and this is the most fun we're going to have, because we're going to, remember Mr. Potato Head? All over the world we had Mr. Potato Head. And in my house, being Irish, we had a lot of potatoes, potato heads. You'd get these little eyes you'd stick on them, and mouths you'd stick on them, and arms you'd stick on the potatoes. And, Irish families, we had potato heads all over the place. But the reality is, this is really similar, because now we're going to make foods into people. And the first food we're going to make into a person is Joe the truck driver, the lorry driver. This guy wins the international award for driving the best lorry in the world. He wins for the last 10 years, he's come out #1 driving trucks globally. Now we're going to give Joe the truck driver, lorry driver, a big, big job. He's going to go down what we call the digestive highway. The digestive highway starts here and ends here, if you get the gist of what I'm saying. So it starts here and ends here. It is a very narrow highway. Only one vehicle can drive on that single lane road at a time. Now Joe, this great truck driver, knows how long is it going to take to digest him, or for him to get from point A to point Z. 4 hours. And as sure as we're sitting here, because he's so proficient, in 3 hours and 59 minutes the brakes are going to go on, and exactly 4 hours he's going to stop right here. Now Joe takes off. He's halfway down the road, or about 3/4 of the way down the road, and we completely forget Joe's there. And we yell out, "Ms. Mellon." And a Ferrari drives up, convertible, and Ms. Mellon happens to be the best Ferrari driver in the world. She wins all the competitions for driving Ferraris in races. Now, Ms. Mellon is really fast, unlike Joe, the lorry driver, the truck driver. And we're going to say to Miss Mellon, because we forget Joe is on this single road, you have to go from point A to point Z. How long are you going to take? Well, she could take as little as 15 minutes and sometimes 20 or 25 minutes. But she's not going to stop, because she's a winner and she's competitive. And so I always recall, almost on a daily basis, almost every meal, that somewhere around here a collision would happen. So Miss Mellon's going to drive the Ferrari, hit the back of the truck, and then digestion ceases and indigestion begins. Because the normal process of digesting a food is quite simple to understand. When you chew a food, and let's hope it's adequate amounts of time, the water comes out the front, the fiber comes out the back, and the nutrient goes into the cell. Now, what happens if the food collides and you have gone a quarter or a half a way through that process? Well, the food only has one option, and that's to decompose, to rot, to ferment. And so all of this discomfort and gas and burping and belching is all because you've constantly had collision after collision. I don't remember eating any food that I didn't collide in my life. Think about some of the basic things that we do that nobody considers. I know people that never drank a drop of alcohol in their life, and they're drunks. And how they do it is when they make alcohol, they put grains and they put sugar together. That's in our world called children's cereal. So what we're literally doing is taking grains and pouring sugar over it and giving it to our 1-year-old children. Isn't it amazing? Nobody thinks about it. But it doesn't take months, as it does out in the atmosphere, to ferment down to become an alcohol. It takes minutes to start to become an alcohol in the human body. Now, a lot of health foods, don't think health foods are void of this problem. Look at the ingredients. Most prepared health foods have some form of sugar in it. You notice that? Now, they may not call it sugar. They'll call it something fancy to confuse you. But sugar is sugar. I don't care if we use honey to ferment the grain. That's a trick. Or agave syrup to ferment the grain. It will ferment it just as well as white sugar will. So what we're saying here is melons are really quick. So we're going to get to this point. Now, the old health nuts here in the room, if you remember this, you sing it along with me. Melons are to be